Chapter 174. Yang Feng's heart was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I attacked the city of dark elves first, or else it would have been troublesome. When he attacked the city of dark elves, Yang Feng was already mentally prepared. If he was unable to capture the city of dark elves in a short period of time, he would dispatch engineering robots to build a stronghold in the third layer of the underground world. They would mine and collect all kinds of resources, and build new munitions factories to fight a long war. If Yang Feng really did that, then he would now be faced with a dilemma. Yang Feng silently calculated, the city of dark elves and the city of Hellions, each city must be guarded by 100,000 primary battle robots in order to be as stable as Mount Tai. In other words, I only have 800,000 main battle robots left. Dephilia suddenly asked, Eunice and Judy, are you going to save them? Eunice was just a level 1 warlock. Judy was just a pet gifted to Yang Feng by Sanger clan. If it was a peerless, ambitious and ruthless character, his expression would definitely change and he would tell them to die. He could do whatever he wanted without being affected in the slightest. Eunice is just a trifling level 1 warlock and Judy is just a pet. In your position, women more beautiful than them can easily be found. Cordelia, Carolina, and Clarissa's appearance and temperament are a notch better than Eunice's. The dark elven great matriarch Cheyenne is even more beautiful. According to your current situation, the most stable method should be to use the demon city as a stronghold and sweep away the underground world's resistance forces. Excavate more veins and let your uncle refine more powerful puppets. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would kill his way out of the underground world. As long as you accumulate for 10 years, no one in Tyrannid subcontinent will be your opponent. Dephilia calmly analyzed. Dephilia's every word struck Yang Feng's heart. Indeed, as Dephilia said, as long as Yang Feng hid in the underworld and developed for 10 years, then used the underworld's countless mineral resources to build a legion of more than 10 million primary battle robots, no one in Tyrannid subcontinent would be his match. Even if it was Warlock College Antalya, after 10 years, Yang Feng also had the confidence to flatten it. But now against Warlock College Antalya, Yang Feng wasn't completely sure. Joanna and the upper echelon of the Dark Elves focused their gazes on Yang Feng, waiting for his decision. Yang Feng gave a domineering smile, and his eyes flickered with a fierce glint. Ha ha ha, what's there to choose? Of course, they had to be saved. As for why? Of course it's because they are my women. Even Judy's pet is also my Yang Feng's pet. Whoever dares to touch her will die. The corners of Dephilia's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Good, well said. That was more like a man. If you talk about giving up Eunice and Judy, I shall despise you from the bottom of my heart. Dephilia was also a woman, and the kind of men she hated the most were those who abandoned their wives and children in order to achieve great things. Although she had always been somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Feng for saving her and then profiting from her misfortune, but at this moment all the grudges disappeared, her mood became carefree, and she felt that Yang Feng was a lot more pleasing to the eye. A smear of admiration flickered in Joanna's eyes as she smiled. Well said. Only a real man would not abandon his own woman. I'll lend you a helping hand. Cheyenne's face revealed just the right amount of admiration, and at the same time, she calmly looked in Joanna's direction. Darren, you're really manly. Cheyenne has fallen head over heels for your manliness. Yang Feng promptly ordered, abandon the city of Hellions, and immediately returned to the surface world. The 900,000 primary battle robots quickly filed out of the city of Hellions, took large strides, and quickly ran towards the surface world. Rumbling sounds continuously resounded, and the earth shook violently as if a myriad of horses were galloping. The 900,000 primary battle robots, as if a steel flood, rushed towards the surface world, leaving behind a dilapidated city of Hellions. The Pantheon Hellion monarch looked at the 900,000 primary battle robots retreating like a tide, and was confused. Why are they retreating so quickly? In the end, what is Steel City thinking? The speed of the 900,000 primary battle robots was set to the maximum, moving at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Every 3 to 4 hours they had to stop, change their energy crystals, and rest for 5 minutes to cool down. After 18 hours, the 900,000 primary battle robots finally flew out of the underworld. Dimensional personnel carriers were neatly arranged at the exit of the underworld. The primary battle robots were very orderly and quickly entered the dimensional personnel carriers. The dimensional troopers directly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Shortly after, the densely packed Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft took off and flew straight towards St. Collins City. All of Steel City's munitions factories were madly operating at full power, madly manufacturing all kinds of battle robots and transporting them forward. 800,000 Level 4 humanoid robots, which were originally intended to be melted down, also boarded the dimensional personnel carriers under Yongfeng's command and sped towards St. Collins City. Practically every bit of Steel City's battle potential was squeezed out. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, without sparing a large amount of energy, flew towards Rose Empire's major iron ore warehouses and transported large amounts of iron ore. On the main road leading to Warlock College Antalya, several hundred soldiers blocked the main road. A convoy from the City of Steel was stopped outside the checkpoint. A leader-like warrior shouted, "This is Viscount Merton's territory, you're not welcome here. Traitors of humanity, scram. Scram. Traitors of humanity. Scram, you trash." Countless obscenities were spat out from the mouths of the warriors, and they cursed loudly. There were also 2 archers who shot 2 arrows into the convoy, hitting the armor of a dimensional personnel carrier, and then ricocheted away. The enemy is attacking. The humans on the other side are regarded as enemies. Begin the cleanup operation. Level 4 humanoid bladed troops gushed out from the dimensional personnel carriers. The humanoid bladed troops' figures shook, and they rushed towards the human warriors at the checkpoint. Along with blood-curdling screams, the checkpoint was stained with blood. This territory belongs to Merton Marquis. These humans are soldiers dispatched by Merton Marquis. Merton Marquis is hostile towards our Steel City. Begin the cleanup operation. Teams of mechanical bladed troops, mechanical gunner troops, and mechanical artillery troops quickly left from a dimensional personnel carrier, deviated from the main road, and rushed towards a castle at the side. The majority of the dimensional personnel carriers were still moving towards Warlock College Antalya. Boom! 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 Along with the sound of tremendous artillery, the gate of Merton Marquis Castle was directly blown to pieces. The mechanical bladed troops and mechanical gunner troops took advantage of the situation and rushed into Merton Marquis Castle. Not long after, miserable screams sounded inside and then stopped. Engineering robots entered the castle of Marquis Morton's territory. Not long after, they sucked up all the metals and threw them into a dimensional personnel carrier. On the road leading to Warlock College Antalya, countless forces of various sizes began to obstruct the advancement of Steel City's army according to Warlock College Antalya's orders. Those human forces of various sizes were completely wiped out by the Level 4 robots, and all their assets and metals were plundered. Wherever Steel City's army passed, it swept away everything in its path. Countless human forces of various sizes were uprooted and fell under Steel City's control. Every time a force was wiped out, Steel City would leave behind a few Level 4 robots to maintain order. The various metals plundered from those places could be used to manufacture hundreds of such Level 4 robots. If he wasn't afraid of Warlock College Antalya, then Yongfeng would have already had his mechanical legion push all the way, flattening the forces belonging to Warlock College Antalya one by one, and bringing them under his control. Now that he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings, and began to frantically erode Warlock College Antalya's forces. 2 days later, outside St. Collins City, the huge mechanical legion stretched for more than 100 li, practically surrounding St. Collins City. Panic pervaded St. Collins City. In these several millennia, it was the first time that someone had led an army to attack St. Collins City. Even the allied forces of the underworld's races, because they didn't want to anger Warlock College Antalya, they didn't dare to push their front lines to St. Collins City. "Aldrich, I'm Yongfeng, come out. Didn't you want to see me? I'm here." Yongfeng stood in the middle of the mechanical legion and said loudly. The powerful loudspeaker madly amplified Yongfeng's voice, and it reverberated in St. Collins City. "Yongfeng, the one I want to see is your uncle Yang Yi, and not you, an immature brat." An incomparably formidable pressure swept out from the depths of Warlock College Antalya, and shrouded the earth. As if a god had spoken in the sky, a voice shook the area. completely suppressing Yang Feng's words. Yang Feng gave a mischievous smile. His eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and he said sternly, "My uncle doesn't have the time to see you. Therefore I've come. And I've even brought along Steel City's mechanical legion. Return Eunice and Judy to me, and I'll immediately take my troops and leave. Otherwise, today will be the day that Warlock College Antalya disappears from Tyrannid's subcontinent." Aldrich said lightly, "My Warlock College Antalya has been established in Tyrannid's subcontinent for nearly 10,000 years, and all of our enemies are already dead. I'd like to see what ability you have to breach our Warlock College Antalya. If you really have that ability, then I'll return them to you." Chapter 175. Yang Feng's eyes turned, a scheme came to mind, and he goaded, "Since your Warlock College Antalya is known as one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's 6 overlords, then do you dare to come out of St. Colin's City and have a decisive battle with our Steel City? If you don't dare, then your Warlock College Antalya is just an undeserved reputation. A group of wastes relying on the strength of their seniors. St. Colin's City wasn't built by your Warlock College Antalya. St. Colin's City was built by the ancient warlocks, and was later occupied by Warlock College Antalya's first generation of warlocks, who established Warlock College Antalya and passed it down to this day." Aldrich calmly said, "It's no use, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then capture St. Colin's City. I'll naturally return Eunice and Judy to you. If you can't capture St. Colin's City, I'll burn them alive in front of you." Unlike Dephilia, who wholeheartedly cultivated painstakingly and didn't understand the ways of the world, Aldrich had experienced countless hardships step by step, stepped on the corpses of countless geniuses, and finally sat on the throne of Warlock College Antalya's dean. Psychological tactics were useless against such an old monster. Behind Aldrich, although the level 3 warlocks disapproved of his decision, but they still didn't dare to refute. Warlock College Antalya had a total of 4 great warlocks. After 2 great warlocks died in Black City, only Aldrich and another great warlock remained in the entire Warlock College Antalya. In this way, as Warlock College Antalya's dean, Aldrich could practically cover the sky with one hand, grasping all of Warlock College Antalya's power. The other great warlock, Holden, was basically unable to contend against him. Absolutely calm, absolutely callous, this was Warlock College Antalya's dean, Starlight Aldrich. He's here, he's actually here. How formidable Warlock College Antalya is, he should be aware. But for me, he still came. In his heart, I'm not a lowly slave. Eunice stood beside Aldrich. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope, and there was a trace of emotion in the depths of her eyes. The world of warlocks was extremely cruel. A great warlock like Aldrich, in order to obtain a trace of a possibility of progress, would kill his wife and daughter, extract their blood meridians, and enhance his own strength. It was truly a chilling sight. Such warlocks were not uncommon in the world of warlocks. Everything was for the sake of power. Having grown up in such an environment, Eunice's mentality was somewhat twisted and abnormal. But seeing Yang Feng recklessly launch an attack on Warlock College Antalya for her, it finally moved the softest part of her heart. Judy's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of emotion. 2 streams of tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. As expected, I'm not dispensable in his heart. Judy was a pet gifted to Yang Feng by the Sanger clan in order to quell his anger. Because of this, Judy had always felt inferior in her heart. Now that she saw that Yang Feng was willing to come here and fight for her, she felt moved and warm inside. Then let's fight. Fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he barked. Boom! 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 10,000 cannons roared. 20,000 mechanical artillery troops as well as various kinds of self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers, and other kinds of artillery bombarded St. Colin's City wall. Above St. Colin's City's city wall, 9 5-story tall warlock pagodas flickered with radiance. Incomparably formidable fluctuations of spells shrouded the city wall. When the various kinds of artillery bombarded the city wall, the steel rock of St. Colin's City's city wall at once revealed its might. It was only slightly dented by the bombardment of the heavy artillery comparable to level 3 spells, before being easily restored to its original state under the effect of the spells. The various kinds of heavy artillery bombarded the city wall, unceasingly extending towards the inside of the city wall, blasting countless buildings into pieces. Thousands of St. Colin's City's human warriors were killed or injured by the artillery bombardment. Laser-guided bombs also flew straight towards Warlock College Antalia's inner court. The core of St. Colin's City was Warlock College Antalya, while the core of Warlock College Antalya was the inner court. There were a large number of official warlocks and densely packed warlock pagodas in the inner court. So long as an official warlock was killed, then the pressure of besieging the city could be reduced by a portion. Warlock College Antalya was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great overlords. Yang Feng didn't dare to hold back in the slightest when attacking such a terrifying existence. Red radiances were shot from Warlock College Antalya's inner court warlock pagodas and fell on the laser-guided bombs. Boom! 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 As if being hit by interceptor missiles, the laser-guided bombs exploded one after another. In Warlock College Antalya's inner court, a 7-story-tall warlock pagoda suddenly lit up, as if it was the center of the world. The large energy-absorbing ancient tree in the center of the inner court suddenly operated frantically, extracting a tremendous amount of magic energy and pouring it into the warlock pagodas. The warlock pagodas in Warlock College Antalya's inner court suddenly lit up. An incomparably tremendous power instantly pervaded the entire St. Colin's City. The bombardment of the heavy artillery that could originally cover half a football field was at once shrunk to a diameter of about 5 meters or so. Its might was reduced by several tens of times. The originally world-shaking and unstoppable bombardment at once became bearable. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. The bombardment's might has been reduced. This is the power of Warlock College Antalya. The ancient human warlocks, who are known to be able to simulate the cultivation of all kinds of power, are really terrifying. The ancient human warlocks use the astral boundary as a fulcrum, searching for other planes everywhere, establishing planar passageways and colonizing and enslaving other planes. In the process of unceasingly attacking other planes, the ancient warlocks obtained countless knowledge, and were known to be able to simulate all kinds of power. Even the most mysterious divine power could be simulated through spells to achieve the same effect. Warlock College Antalya was able to weaken the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment. It was obvious that they had simulated the effect of divine power and weakened the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. It's really troublesome. In this way, the bombardment won't have much effect. The tens of thousands of heavy artillery continuously bombarded St. Colin's City, yet it didn't have any effect. It was just a waste of energy and ammunition. Yang Feng calculated within. It's not that there's no effect. If this goes on, then it'll become a battle of attrition. They have the ancient energy-absorbing tree on their side, while I have a large number of nuclear power plants on my side. If this stalemate continues, then the outcome will be unknown. Warlock College Antalya used the power of the ancient energy-absorbing tree to weaken Yang Feng's bombardment to the limit. At the same time, in order to use the power of the ancient energy-absorbing tree, the warlocks still had to consume their spirit force to guide it. If this stalemate continued, then it would become a battle of attrition, which would instead be disadvantageous to Yang Feng. After all, Steel City was currently the enemy of the whole world. Once this stalemate was formed, then the allied forces of the underworld's races and the other 4 great warlock groups would take the opportunity to sneak attack Yang Feng's base. After destroying all of his munitions factories, then he would have no choice but to be defeated. The best outcome would be to flee to the underworld and struggle on while at death's door. The battle with Warlock College Antalya was a battle that would determine the general trend of the world. Once Yang Feng won, then Steel City would dominate Tyrannid subcontinent, and then slowly swallow up the other forces. Once Yang Feng was defeated, then he could only be driven around like a stray dog, with hardly a place to stay. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Immediately, 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the air and quickly flew towards St. Colin's City. The 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters had just approached within a range of 200 meters of St. Colin's City, when flame arrows were shot from the 9 warlock pagodas located within St. Colin's City, before blasting at the 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Shortly after, the 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters exploded, turning into 10 balls of fire, before falling from the sky. Attack! Yang Feng was expressionless as he waved his hand and ordered. 10,000 level 8 beast-type bladed troops led 100,000 level 4 humanoid robots, and immediately, like a tide, charged towards St. Colin's City. Atop St. Colin's City's city wall, the 9 warlock pagodas flickered with radiances, the fire elemental particles in the sky churned and surged. An incomparably huge meteorological fire magic was brewing. Dispel! Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. She pointed towards the sky with her lily-white hand and cast Dispel. Under Dephilia's Dispel, the incomparably huge fire elemental particles in the sky collapsed and disappeared. The 9 warlock pagodas once again flickered with radiances, before shrouding the land with fluctuations of earth magic. The land in front of St. Colin's City squirmed, before rotting and stinking, turning into a bottomless swamp. The various battle robots at once fell into the bottomless swamp, struggling to budge. Dispel! Dispel! The Dark Elven wizard squads that Yang Feng had gathered from the city of Dark Elves successively took action, directly dispelling the bottomless swamp. Dark Elves! That's a Dark Elven wizard squad. Dark Elves, those Dark Elves actually colluded with him. This Yang Feng is guilty of the most heinous crimes. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. Heavens, that bastard actually colluded with the Dark Elves. What a traitor to humanity. Within Warlock College Antalya, after the warlocks who were observing everything on the battlefield through spells saw the Dark Elven wizard squad beside Yang Feng, they were both startled and angered, before roaring madly and revealing their ugly appearances. Warlock College Antalya and the other great warlock groups had framed Steel City for colluding with the underworld's races. But now that they saw that Yang Feng had really colluded with the Dark Elves, they were immediately startled and angered, their hearts brimming with fear. Chapter 176. Aldrich, who had always been extremely calm, as if nothing could overwhelm him, finally had a slight change in his complexion, and his eyes flashed with a touch of awe. The Dark Elves are actually standing on its side. Could it be that the city of Dark Elves has already been captured? No, even if the city of Dark Elves had been captured, it still wouldn't be that easy to subdue the Dark Elves. What's going on? Could it be that Steel City had previously colluded with the Dark Elves? After the bottomless swamp disappeared, all the battle robots emerged from the ground, and then charged towards St. Colin's City. On the special highlands of St. Colin's City, openings were opened, and the muzzles of magic cannons extended. St. Colin's City's magic cannons were up to 10 meters in length, were engraved with countless mysterious runes, and were manufactured from a large amount of magic metals and mithril. The manufacturing cost of each magic cannon was at least 50 million magic stones. Each magic cannon had 36 energy grooves, and 36 intermediate magic stones and 36 superior magic stones could be placed in the 36 energy grooves to adjust the power of the magic cannons. Currently, the magic cannons were embedded with 36 superior magic stones. The might of a magic cannon's attack could seriously injure a great warlock. Radiances flickered, and St. Colin's City's 500 magic cannons were instantly fired. 500 enormous radiances instantly bombarded the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng, and a terrifying explosion occurred in a split second, practically swallowing the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng. After the radiances of the explosion disappeared, more than 95% of the 110,000 mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng had already turned into wreckage, with countless components scattered everywhere. The complexions of the Dark Elven wizards following beside Yang Feng were pale, and their beautiful eyes flickered with fear. Joanna sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Such formidable weapons. Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups are indeed worthy of their reputation. Haha. Steel City's mechanical legion is only SOSO. That's right, in front of our magic cannons, it's just a pile of wreckage. Even if Steel City has 1 million alchemical golems, it's still impossible to capture Warlock College Antalya. The upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya who were observing the battlefield through magic eyes revealed traces of a smile and said proudly, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" In the next moment Yang Feng's counterattack arrived. Under the extremely precise calculations of the portable fortified stronghold, the earth-shattering shelling bombarded Warlock College Antalya's magic cannons. Warlock College Antalya hadn't been attacked for several millennia. They were seriously lacking in experience in defending the city. They basically didn't arrange for warlocks to guard those magic cannons. Amidst the dense artillery fire, the 500 magic cannons were instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, the artillery fire fell on the magic stones and blew them up, detonating the energy within them and causing them to explode one after another. Huge explosions came from above St. Colin City's city wall, and the astonishing 500 magic cannons were destroyed by Yang Feng's artillery fire. Damn that Yang Feng, how dare he? How dare he destroy our magic cannons? That damned beast. As if being slapped in the face, the upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya had ashen complexions as they cursed loudly. Each of the 500 magic cannons was worth at least 50 million magic stones. There was no market for them. The 500 magic cannons were worth at least 25 million inferior magic stones. This was the foundation that Warlock College Antalya had accumulated for several millennia, and now it was destroyed by Yang Feng in one fell swoop. The upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya wanted to devour Yang Feng. Aldrich's complexion also became extremely unsightly. During the process of the artillery fire, 5,000 engineering robots quickly arrived at the battlefield, quickly absorbed the destroyed robot wreckage, threw it into the wreckage recovery vehicle, and then quickly transported the wreckage to the rear. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the legion formed by 18,000 level, 8 primary battle robots and 100,000 level, 4 humanoid robots continued to attack St. Colin City. In St. Colin City, there were all kinds of elite knight orders that Warlock College Antalya had drawn from the major city-states, with the number of knights in those elite knight orders reaching up to 1 million. Seeing the battle robots approach, the 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin City flickered with radiances, and large area of effect spells blessed with strength, agility, physique, and spirit fell on the human experts above the city wall. Once the human knight rank experts received the spell blessings, their strength immediately soared by more than twofold, and their hearts brimmed with courage. Human powerhouses who were proficient in archery took out enchanted bows and arrows, and shot them at the mechanical army below. Although humans weren't as talented in archery as the Dark Elves, but the human population was still several hundred times that of the Dark Elves. The human experts in St. Colin City were experts that were 1 in a million, and their archery wasn't the slightest bit inferior to that of the Dark Elves. Arrows fell from the sky and shot at the huge mechanical legion. Many of the arrows directly penetrated the heads of the level 4 humanoid robots, before nailing them to the ground. The archery of the human experts in St. Colin City was very tyrannical, but the robots had an extremely high resistance towards arrows. Many level 4 humanoid robots were covered in arrows, as if hedgehogs, yet they still advanced towards St. Colin City in large strides. The level 4 gunner troops madly swept at the human experts above the city wall with Gauss rifles in their hands. Amidst the dense hail of bullets, a large number of human knight rank experts were hit by the Gauss bullets, before falling from above the city wall. The level 4 gunner troops' marksmanship was incomparably accurate, forcibly suppressing the human archers above the city wall to the point that they didn't dare to reveal themselves. The densely packed primary battle robots at once approached the edge of St. Colin City's moat. The water of St. Colin City's moat was drawn from the nearby Poway River. It was 60 meters wide and 100 meters deep. The river surged violently, and no matter how many people were killed, it would be difficult to fill up the moat. Once the 5,000 engineering robots arrived before the moat, countless metal blocks quickly unfolded, and spacious huge metal pontoon bridges quickly extended towards St. Colin City's city wall. Once the pontoon bridges were built, the densely packed primary battle robots quickly arrived below St. Colin City's city wall along the pontoon bridges, before madly crawling towards the top of St. Colin City's city wall like spiders. Aldrich revealed a trace of a smile, and waved his hand. Idiots! Huge flood dragon-like crow white-scaled boas covered in white scales suddenly emerged from the moat, and fiercely rammed against the steel pontoon bridges. The adult crow white-scaled boas were level 2 extraordinary life forms. When they rammed against the steel pontoon bridges, relying on their terrifying brute force, they sent the steel pontoon bridges flying. The attacking primary battle robots were cut into 2 at the waist. Approximately 10,000 primary battle robots crawled on top of St. Colin City's city wall. 10,000 were directly drawn into the moat, and 90,000 were trapped on the other side. The level 8 gunner troops of the primary battle robots blocked on the other side of the moat instantly rumbled with their Gauss cannons, and countless Gauss cannons bombarded the crow white-scaled boas. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. One after another, the crow white-scaled boas were blasted apart by the level 8 gunner troops. Blood splattered everywhere, and they turned into corpses that fell into the moat. The eyes of the remaining crow white-scaled boas were bloodshot, and they wanted to rush towards the shore. A burst of extremely strange snake hisses came from St. Colin's City, and the crow white-scaled boas immediately retreated into the moat. A human knight-rank powerhouse raised high a huge rock and smashed it towards the robots crawling on top of the city wall. Under the impact of the huge rock, the primary battle robots were smashed down from above the city wall and fell into the moat. The water below the moat churned and surged. The primary battle robots that fell into the moat quickly lost contact with Yang Feng. Obviously, they had been destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the moat. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly when he saw this. The primary battle robots that had been destroyed on the battlefield, as long as their wreckage was collected, they would quickly be melted down and manufactured by Yang Feng, and then thrown into the battlefield again, becoming the enemy's nightmare. However, the primary battle robots that sunk into the moat couldn't be melted down before the capture of Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, the crow white-scaled boas were blocking Yang Feng's path of attack, which was very troublesome. Cheyenne suddenly said with a smile, "Darren, are you worried about the crow white-scaled boas? I have a move that can kill them." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "What move? Speak quickly." Cheyenne took out a crystal vial containing a black elixir and said with a light smile, "This is a highly toxic substance refined from demon burial earth, mixed with the juice of the 9-leaved Portman flower, demon burial poison. So long as you drop it into the moat, then all life forms in the moat will be poisoned to death." The demon burial ground was formed from the blood essence of fallen ancient demons, whose strength was comparable to that of gods, fusing with the earth. The 9-leaved Portman flower was a kind of highly toxic substance for many life forms. The 9-leaved Portman flower was a kind of rare flower produced in the underworld. It had a healing effect. When the two things were mixed together, it would become an extremely terrifying poison. In the underworld, dark elves were definitely experts in using poisons. When they assassinated each other, they would often use poisons. Therefore, their research on poisons was the best among the underworld's races. Chapter 177. Very good. Yang Feng revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. With a wave of his hand, a humanoid robot immediately took the vial of elixir from Cheyenne's hand. The 200 shield troops guarding beside Yang Feng started at full strength, madly rushing towards St. Colin's City's moat at a terrifying speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Under the cover of the primary battle robots below, the primary battle robots above the city wall quickly climbed up the city wall. After paying the price of 1,000 primary battle robots falling to the ground, they jumped onto the city wall. Human knight rank experts were everywhere above the city wall. When they saw the level for humanoid robots jump onto the city wall, the human knight rank experts rushed forward and engaged in close combat with the level for humanoid robots. 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters suddenly flew up, rumbled their autocannons, and madly strafed the human experts above the city wall. Under the bombardment of the 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters, hundreds and thousands of human experts turned into large pieces that splashed in all directions. The 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin's City's city wall flickered with radiance and fired flame arrows, blasting at the 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters. Boom! 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 The 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters immediately turned into 30 fireballs, fell to the ground and exploded. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he mused, "Warlock towers are really troublesome, worthy of being one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons." Warlock towers were one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons. In human history, there were several crucial battles where the survival of the race was at stake, and it was entirely by relying on Warlock towers to defend to the death, blocking the enemy's offensive, obtaining a chance to breathe, and ultimately achieving victory. Warlock College Antalya inherited the lair of the ancient warlocks, so Warlock towers naturally had extremely formidable defensive capabilities. There had never been a time when St. Colin's City had been breached. The reason why Aldrich forced Yang Feng to come to St. Colin City to fight was in order to use defense as offense, to annihilate Steel City's main force in one fell swoop, and then oppress Steel City's living space, before finally destroying Steel City in one fell swoop. While the Mechanical Legion was madly fighting with the human powerhouses of St. Colin City, a humanoid robot finally arrived in front of St. Colin City's moat under the cover of shield troops, and poured the demon burial poison into the moat. When the few drops of demon burial poison fell into the moat, the originally clear and transparent moat seemed to be dyed black by endless ink. It became as black as ink and emitted a foul smell. The water of St. Colin City's moat suddenly surged. One after another, the chrono white-scaled giant snakes madly writhed and issued incomparably mournful shrieks, causing the water of the moat to splatter in all directions. Not long after, the moat stopped churning, and one after another, the corpses of the crow white-scaled giant snake floated up from the moat. Apart from the Caro white-scaled giant snake, there were also piles of dead fish, shrimps, turtles, and crabs floating in the moat. It was like hell. So poisonous. What a terrifying poison. Dark elves, damn it, it's definitely those bitches. They are proficient in refining all kinds of poisons. When the Warlock College and Talia's warlocks saw this scene, they gnashed their teeth and cursed. The engineering robots once again stepped forward and built pontoon bridges leading to St. Colin City. The pontoon bridges have just been set up, when flame arrows shot from the 9 warlock towers and blasted into the pontoon bridges. Boom! 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 The pontoon bridges that had just been set up were destroyed by the 9 warlock towers and collapsed. OM! 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 Rumbling sounds unique to bombers came from the sky. Countless bombs dropped from the sky, and as if raindrops, fell towards the 9 warlock towers with extreme precision. Extremely strange hurricanes blew above the 9 warlock towers, forming a storm that swept the countless bombs towards the Mechanical Legion. Boom! 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 A variety of bombs instantly blossomed within Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, blowing the primary battle robots into countless components. Dispel! The 2 great warlock rank experts Dephilia and Cheyenne acted one after another, casting Dispel at the 9 warlock towers, continuously dispersing the spells released by the 9 warlock towers. Boom! 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 Cluster bombs, drilling bombs, sonic bombs, incendiary bombs, all kinds of bombs at once bombarded the 9 great warlock pagodas, causing the 9 great warlock pagodas to be engulfed in flames. Almost all the apprentice warlocks inside the warlock pagodas were killed, and less than half of the official level 1 warlocks were also killed. However, the 9 warlock towers were extremely sturdy. Even under the bombardment of the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, they still didn't shatter, and stood firm amidst the explosions. Suddenly, mandala-winged flying snakes with a pair of wings, a body length of up to 10 meters, and a single horn on their head flew out from Warlock College and Talia's inner court, and flew towards the sky. Once the mandala-winged flying snakes matured, they would become level 2 extraordinary life forms, possessing the terrifying power to manipulate wind elemental particles, and could freely soar in the sky. They were aerial weapons that Warlock College and Talia had carefully nurtured. Under the leadership of a mandala 4-winged flying snake comparable to a level 3 extraordinary life form, 1,500 mandala-winged flying snakes soared into the sky, and flew towards the Colossus heavy-duty bombers high in the sky. The range of the spells cast by the 9 warlock towers level 3 warlocks wasn't enough, and they were unable to attack the Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at an altitude of 5000 m. When the mandala-winged flying snakes flew to an altitude of 2000 m, they saw several thousand lightning supersonic fighters rushing towards them. Machine guns rumbled and wind blades flew chaotically. One after another, the lightning supersonic fighters dropped from the sky, before exploding and turning into balls of fire. One after another, the mandala-winged flying snakes dropped from the sky, before turning into minced meat. A cruel and bitter aerial battle erupted above St. Colin City. The mandala-winged flying snakes were indeed extremely ferocious, but the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters were much more powerful than them. After frantically fighting for a while, the mandala-winged flying snakes showed signs of weakening, and their numbers became fewer and fewer. Under the suppression of the sky, the Colossus heavy-duty bombers continued to drop all kinds of bombs. The 9 warlock towers could only barely cast defensive spells, and were powerless to suppress the mechanical legion below. The engineering robots quickly unfolded the steel pontoon bridge, allowing the battle robots to climb the city wall through the pontoon bridge. Suddenly, along with a furious roar, a black dragon carrying a tyrannical weapon rose into the sky from Warlock College Antalya, and flew towards the sky. Cheyenne's pretty face changed slightly, and she warned, "That's the tyrannical black dragon Anthony. Black Dragon Pagoda has also joined the battle." The tyrannical black dragon Anthony was Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master. Since he appeared, it proved that Black Dragon Empire had also joined the battle, and wanted to destroy Steel City in one fell swoop. As soon as the tyrannical black dragon Anthony flew into the sky, the wreckage of lightning supersonic fighters continuously fell from the sky, and continuously exploded. The battle prowess of the lightning supersonic fighters was extremely terrifying, but when faced with the tyrannical black dragon Anthony, who was one of Tyrandit subcontinent's strongest experts, they still seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. 300 magic artillery suddenly appeared in every corner of St. Colin City, and with a flash of radiance, 300 magic radiances instantly fell on Yongfeng's mechanical legion. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shaking explosions, more than 90% of the mechanical legion in the vicinity of St. Colin City was destroyed. Yongfeng's eyebrows creased slightly. He waved his hand, and instantly launched a counterattack. The several tens of thousands of heavy artilleries instantly fired in unison, and bombarded the 300 magic artilleries. Only this time, there were level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire standing in front of the 300 magic artilleries. The level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire at once cast defensive spells, and directly intercepted the artillery shells. Originally, even the strong level 3 warlocks would be unable to intercept Yongfeng's bombardment of heavy artilleries. If level 3 warlocks dared to stand still and let the heavy artilleries bombard them, then their spirit force would eventually be exhausted, and they wouldn't even have their bones left. However, after the heavy artillery shells were weakened by Warlock College Antalya's spells, their might had already been weakened to a terrifying degree, and thus were easily blocked by the level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire. Aldrich said faintly, "Yongfeng, from the moment you were lured here by the 2 women, your Steel City's defeat was foreordained. This battle isn't a battle between Warlock College Antalya and you, but a decisive battle between all of Tyrandit subcontinent's humans and you human traitors." Aldrich pointed with his finger, and suddenly magic radiances condensed above St. Colin City, changing into an enormous curtain of light. The place that appeared on the curtain of light was precisely Golden Sand City, which was within Steel City's sphere of influence. At this moment, Golden Sand City was filled with smoke and fire, and everywhere was in shambles. A group of warlocks urged all kinds of extraordinary life forms to madly massacre the humans inside Golden Sand City. Inside Golden Sand City, the munitions factories were ablaze, and the sounds of explosions lingered. An extremely ferocious behemoth was rampaging inside Golden Sand City, tearing apart all the primary battle robots in its way. As if it had sensed something, the extremely ferocious behemoth turned its head. Its eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and it bellowed, "Yongfeng, you fool, you actually took Steel City's main force with you. This time you're screwed. Savage Claw will destroy all of Steel City's munitions factories, and cut off your military supplies. After this battle, I'll skin you and your uncle Yang Yi, pull out their tendons, and then chop them up to feed my dogs. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Ferocious and formidable extraordinary life forms in the surroundings of the ruined munitions factories issued furious roars. They were all formidable beings transformed from Savage Claw's great warlocks. Chapter 178. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of Cheyenne and the other experts from Dark Elven clan changed slightly. Cheyenne had an unsightly expression as she whispered, "That's Behemoth Claw Conrath, the leader of Savage Claw." Inside St. Colin City, there were already countless experts from Warlock College Antalya and Black Dragon Pagoda guarding it. The munitions factories in the rear had also been captured by Savage Claw. Now Yongfeng was in a dilemma. As long as he took a wrong step, then he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "As for your reinforcements," Aldrich gave a faint smile and pointed with his hand. The light screen inside St. Colin City changed once again. On the light screen, A group of around 500 level 4 primary battle robots had already been dismantled into countless fragments. Next to those primary battle robots stood a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a heroic appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white armor. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed and she exclaimed, "That's White Elephant Ivory's Tower Master, Steel White Elephant Harwich." Harwich turned towards Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Yang Feng, I've intercepted all of your reinforcements. After I've annihilated all of your reinforcements, I'll lead all of White Elephant Ivory's warlocks to attack from behind. You won't have any reinforcements, your fate is to die here." The light screen above St. Colin's City continuously rotated. On the light screen, everywhere were the remains of level 4 primary battle robots as well as the remains of all kinds of munitions factories. Regardless of their status, Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory's peak warlocks attacked one after another, destroying the Mechanical Legion reinforcements as well as the munitions factories. Aldrich only gave Yang Feng 2 days of time, as he didn't want the Mechanical Legion to converge. But now, through this method, the experts of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory could easily get rid of Yang Feng's reinforcements and cut off his logistics. Using all kinds of methods to weaken the opponent, this was Starlight Aldrich's style. He only sought success regardless of the means. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed slightly and she warned, "Darren, let's call it a day. Our preparations were too inadequate. Now retreat and return to Steel City. Wait until the time is ripe, then dispatch troops and dispose of them in one fell swoop. You've already done enough for Eunice and Miss Judy. If you die here, no one will be able to avenge them." Dephilia also sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. "Yang Feng, I also agree with Cheyenne's proposal. If you can't do it, don't waste your strength." Yeah, there was a proverb in the eastern world of warlocks, where there's life, there's hope. "Milord, you should retreat first." "That's right. Let's retreat for now. After a few years, when we have a strong army, we will gather all our forces and kill them." "Women? How many do you want?" "Sir, there are many beautiful women among us dark elves. Anyone would be willing to serve you if you wanted to. Let's retreat first." The upper-class dark elves had wavering expressions as they tried to persuade Yang Feng. They didn't want to die here. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of firmness and he said solemnly, "There's no need to say any more. I've made up my mind. Warlock College Antalya will be breached within today. As long as Warlock College Antalya is breached, then all the problems can be solved." Everyone beside Yang Feng looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with a touch of disapproval. How could Warlock College Antalya be breached so easily? It was a nest built by the ancient warlocks. Dephilia was both gratified and puzzled when she heard that, and her beautiful eyes intertwined with extremely complicated emotions. Yang Feng suddenly ordered, "Pass down my order. Everyone immediately retreat by 30 kilometers. After hearing that order, all the primary battle robots quickly retreated frantically towards the rear. Retreat? Or a plan to lure the enemy? Aldrich was filled with doubts when he saw this scene, yet he didn't send people to pursue. In a field battle, Warlock College Antalya couldn't beat Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Even if a great warlock was dispatched, Yang Feng's group also had great warlock rank experts. Retreating? This is probably my fate. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment, and she sighed faintly. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion retreated to a distance of 30 kilometers from Warlock College Antalya, and then stopped according to Yang Feng's order. Everyone was somewhat at a loss regarding Yang Feng's order. Some upper-class dark elves even revealed traces of disdain as they looked at Yang Feng. Dark elves only respected the strong, and Yang Feng's hesitant behavior of not fighting and not retreating made them despise him the most. Yang Feng took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, looked in the direction of Warlock College Antalya from afar, and ordered faintly, "Detonate." Boom! Below St. Colin's City's 9 warlock towers, the nuclear warheads installed by the Spectre assassins instantly erupted. Endless light and heat instantly engulfed St. Colin's City's 9 warlock towers. An extremely terrifying shock wave instantly wreaked havoc in St. Colin's City. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, the more than 1 million night rank experts from the Southern States Coalition atop St. Colin's City's city wall were completely engulfed by the terrifying shock wave. before turning into ashes amidst the endless light and heat. The 300 magic cannons along with the 300 level, 3 warlocks of Black Dragon Pagoda were also directly vaporized and turned into ashes. No! Aldrich's terrified scream came from the sky. The magic screen above St. Colin's City instantly collapsed. Warlock College and Talia's inner court. Inside a 7-story tall warlock tower. Aldrich! Great Warlock Holden's eyes suddenly widened, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar. His body instantly exploded, before turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Inside the 7-story tall Warlock Pagoda, the moment Holden's body exploded, all the warlocks were blasted apart. The weakening array that covered the entire St. Colin's City, comparable to the might of gods, was presided over by the warlock inside the 7-story tall Warlock Pagoda. Once the spell was broken, then the warlock inside the Warlock Pagoda would suffer a backlash at the first moment. The large energy-absorbing ancient tree also dimmed, with many branches falling from its huge trunk. It had obviously suffered heavy damage. In the sky, heavy bombers were also shrouded by the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, before falling to the ground like raindrops, before turning into balls of flames and exploding. The lightning supersonic fighters were also affected and fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and exploding. In the sky, the tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, who had transformed into a black dragon, was also affected by the nuclear explosion's shockwave, before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the stone-like mechanical black dragons hidden in the clouds opened their eyes. Their electronic eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They descended from the sky, opened their ferocious maws, and ferociously bit at the neck of the tyrannical black dragon Anthony transformed into a black dragon. They forcefully tore off a large chunk of flesh from the neck of the tyrannical black dragon transformed into a black dragon. Fuck, you're just a smelly golem, break for me. Anthony gave a furious roar, and ferociously whipped the mechanical black dragon with his tail, sending the mechanical black dragon, the strongest among Yongfeng's mechanical battle beasts, flying for a dozen meters. After the mechanical black dragon flew for a dozen meters, it flapped its wings and continued to fly towards Anthony. Aldrich, you good for nothing. Anthony swept the area below with his gaze. He saw that the 9 Warlock Pagodas and the 300 Black Dragon Pagodas level 3 warlocks had already disappeared. He faced upwards and issued a howl of grief and indignation. He cast a spell, turned into a black ray of light, and quickly fled in the direction of the Black Dragon Pagoda. So decisive, Anthony. These old geezers are really hard to kill. Among the clouds, the space distorted, and Carolina slowly walked out of the space. She looked in the direction Anthony had fled in, and sighed faintly. According to Yongfeng's plan, Carolina should have appeared when Anthony and Aldrich were mutually wounded, and then harvested Anthony's life in one fell swoop. However, Anthony was extremely cunning. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, he immediately chose to flee. Carolina didn't have the ability to make Anthony stay, since he was bent on leaving. Carolina glanced at St. Colin's City below, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of apprehension. St. Colin's City was actually breached by him. The might of that weapon is really terrifying. St. Colin's City's defensive strength was terrifying to the extreme. Even Carolina would find it extremely difficult to destroy the 9 Warlock Pagodas situated above the city wall. Unless there was a mole, otherwise it was practically impossible to breach it. However, St. Colin's City, which was known to be impregnable, was actually breached by Yongfeng. Carolina's heart was also brimming with complicated feelings, because that meant that St. Rose City might not be able to withstand the assault of Yongfeng's mechanical legion. What power is this? So terrifying. Is this the power of gods? So terrifying. Such destructive power. It's really terrifying. The Dark Elven experts were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Their ears were still in severe pain from the shock. If it wasn't for the level 8 shield troops opening their protective covers in front of them, then they would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. Shaina was dumbstruck. She looked at Yongfeng, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with awe. So terrifying. I'm afraid that only gods with their full strength might be able to accomplish such destructive power. Dephilia's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of astonishment. What a terrifying weapon. Such a weapon is really too terrifying. No wonder 18 great warlocks would fall in Black City. Joanna was also dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock and lingering fear. Fortunately, I chose to surrender at that time. Otherwise, if he were to use this weapon, then who knows how many of us Dark Elves would have died. The entire city of Dark Elves clansmen wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Chapter 179. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Enter the city, 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots along with 2 million level 4 humanoid robots," as if ants quickly moved towards St. Colin's City. Even though St. Colin's City's 9 warlock towers had already been destroyed, Yang Feng still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and rashly invest all of his troops. St. Colin's City was a base created by the ancient warlocks. Additionally, it had gone through Warlock College Antalia's several millennia of accumulation. It was unknown how many trump cards it had. Once the entire Mechanical Legion entered, then it would be turned into ashes by a formidable spell. Yang Feng himself, under the protection of the 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, walked towards St. Colin's City. In any case, he had countless clones. Even if this clone was killed, there was still a large number of clones to replace it. St. Colin's City is really amazing. It can even withstand a nuclear explosion. Once Yang Feng entered St. Colin's City, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The explosion of the 9 nuclear warheads merely destroyed more than half of St. Colin's City's city wall. At the same time, under the protection of St. Colin's City, the might of the nuclear explosion was greatly weakened, merely extending 500 meters into the city. Miraculously, St. Colin's City remained intact from the nuclear explosion. Only the city wall was destroyed and the defenders were wiped out. Practically all the defenders were wiped out by the 9 nuclear warheads in the vicinity of St. Colin's City's city wall. Only then did Yang Feng enter the city and move towards the inner court. Warlock College Antalia's inner court was the core of St. Colin's City. Once the inner court was destroyed, the entire St. Colin's City would fall into Yang Feng's hands. If the inner court wasn't destroyed, then even if Yang Feng occupied the entire St. Colin's City, it would still be reversed. Under the protection of the huge Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng arrived before Warlock College Antalia's gate. Yang Feng looked at Warlock College Antalia's gate, his heart filled with complex emotions. A few years ago, he was still racking his brains to enter Warlock College Antalia. Furthermore, he had suffered the blows of the Scarlet Hands Blitz and the bullying of his mentor Eunice. But now, he came to Warlock College Antalia with a magnificent army and countless experts as a conqueror. Yang Feng silently glanced at Warlock College Antalia's gate, then directly stepped into the college. In Warlock College Antalia's outer court, there were students who weren't even apprentice warlocks. When the students saw Yang Feng and the Mechanical Legion behind him, their eyes flashed with panic and fear, and they successively surrendered. Suddenly an excited voice came from the crowd. "Yang Feng, is that you? I'm Jarl." Yang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a youngster standing in the crowd. It was the youngster Gars who had accompanied him through the Hunting Fangs wilderness. "So it's Gars come here." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. The battle robots made way for him. Gars had a complicated look in his eyes. A touch of envy and jealousy flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly. "Yang Feng, you've changed a lot in just a few years." A few years had passed, yet Gars was still an outer court student of Warlock College Antalia. As for Yang Feng, not only was he a formidable level 1 warlock, but he was also Steel City's Grand Marshal, commanding the Mechanical Legion to breach St. Colin's City. The difference in strength and status between the two parties was like night and day. Naturally, Garland felt a little strange. Yang Feng said lightly, "If there's anything to say, then wait until I breach Warlock College Antalia's inner court." Gars also felt the pressure of a superior coming from Yang Feng, and he couldn't help but respond, "All right." The huge Mechanical Legion quickly advanced and arrived at the entrance of Warlock College Antalia's inner court. This is the entrance to Warlock College Antalia's inner court. No one is allowed to enter. The huge Moloch direwolf Dulcom opened its eyes, firmly stared at Yang Feng and the huge Mechanical Legion, and barked loudly. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock erupted. Its whole body absorbed the surrounding rocks and condensed into a thick layer of rock armor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he opened his mouth to recruit. Dulcom, I've breached St. Colin City. Warlock College Antalia's history ends today. Abandon Warlock College Antalya and follow me, I need your help. I'll give you double the treatment Warlock College Antalya gave you. Dulcom's eyes widened and he barked. I promised my master to protect Warlock College Antalya. A Malik Direwolf's oath can never be violated. If you want to enter the inner court, then you'll have to do it over my dead body. Finished speaking, Dulcom suddenly leaped, and as quick as lightning madly pounced towards Yang Feng. What a loyal wolf, but unfortunately, I can't make use of you. Yang Feng sighed slightly. In the world of warlocks, mutual deceit and intrigue were common. All kinds of extraordinary life forms and formidable beings captured by warlocks from other planes. None of them weren't thinking of ways to rebel against their master and gain freedom. Only loyal and formidable extraordinary life forms like Dulcom, who kept their promises, were rare and precious. More than a dozen mechanical shield troops raised their shields and suddenly stepped forward to block. Layers of level 3 protective cover suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Yang Feng. Dulcom extended its claws and madly slapped, smashing a shield troop's protective cover with a terrifying force. At the same time, the level 3 shield troop's shield caved in, and it was sent flying before crashing into another shield troop. Thousands of mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops opened fire in a flash. Countless Gauss cannon shells bombarded Dulcom, and countless rock fragments splashed about. Dulcom only resisted for less than 10 seconds, before collapsing and turning into a pile of rocks under the concentrated fire of the countless artillery shells. Whether it was physical resistance or magical resistance, the Malik Direwolf was very formidable. But under the concentrated fire of thousands of level 8 mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops, no matter how formidable it was, it could only die with a grievance. What a pity! Yang Feng sighed faintly, and then walked towards the inner court. A humanoid robot stepped forward, took out Dulcom's magic core, and put it away. Eunice and Judy had been injected with liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Through the liquid metal nanorobot elixir, Yang Feng could easily lock onto their positions. Under Yang Feng's lead, the Mechanical Legion advanced in the inner court, before arriving below a 7-story tall warlock pagoda. Stop, Yang Feng! Following a furious bellow, Starlight Aldrich grabbed Judy and Eunice, and appeared at the top of the 7-story tall warlock pagoda. At this moment, Aldrich, who had always maintained a calm demeanor and killed his wife and daughter without batting an eyelid, had his hair in a mess, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and cut a sorry figure like a beggar. He looked at Yang Feng with eyes brimming with resentment. The might of the super defensive spell that enveloped St. Colin City was comparable to that of a divine spell cast with the help of a god's power. Even with the help of St. Colin City left behind by the ancient warlocks, Aldrich still suffered a huge backlash from the nuclear explosion. But Aldrich was very cunning, and transferred the majority of the backlash onto the great warlock Holden as well as the countless low-level warlocks, bursting Holden as well as the countless official warlocks in the inner court in one fell swoop. Even so, his injuries weren't light, and he was naturally brimming with resentment towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots and the densely packed level 4 humanoid robots behind him stopped. Very good. Yang Feng, it seems that you value these 2 women very much. Immediately hand over the control of your Mechanical Legion to me, and then immediately leave St. Colin City along with all of Steel City's great warlock rank experts. Otherwise, I'll kill them at once. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence. He flicked his hand, and 2 black claws suddenly appeared, grabbing at the throats of Eunice and Judy, ready to crush their throats at any time. Aldrich, don't be naive. Today's battle will decide the life and death of Steel City. I won't take even half a step back. I won't hand over the control of the Mechanical Legion to you. Otherwise, wouldn't the millions of citizens of our city of steel all die at your hands? I admit that I value Eunice and Judy very much. However, your conditions are too outrageous, and I can't agree to them. How about this, you return the 2 of them to me, and I'll let you live and give you a chance to stage a comeback. For a selfish person like you, your life is more important than anything else. Let them go and you'll live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Yang Feng took a step forward, his eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he barked. Aldrich burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt. Haha, you want to kill me? How could it be that simple? Just by relying on those metal lumps? Although I can't kill those metal lumps, but if I want to escape, then who in the world can stop me? Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion's frontal assault was extremely powerful. However, it was extremely difficult to make a peak great warlock like Aldrich stay. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? Yang Feng gave a cold smile, and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A radiance suddenly flew out, fell on the ground and revealed a figure. It was the level 4 extraordinary life form mechanical Moffin demonic polar bear. Aldrich said disdainfully, it's just a trifling level 4 extraordinary life form rank alchemical golem. I can easily dismantle such an alchemical golem. Yang Feng sneered, and continuously pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. Amani Lightwing Icebird, Kalaman Boa, Fire Lion Lightning Leopard. One after another, level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts suddenly appeared in front of Aldrich. Before long 13 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of Yang Feng, exuding terrifying life force and staring covetously at Aldrich. They were waiting for Yang Feng's order, ready to pounce on Aldrich and tear him to pieces at any moment. Chapter 180. When Aldrich saw this, his complexion changed slightly and became very unsightly. As one of Tyrandit's subcontinent's peak experts, with the help of the semi-divine armament in his hands, he could challenge about 8 level 4 extraordinary life forms at the same time at his peak. However, he was currently heavily injured, and he was facing 13 level 4 transcendent creature level mechanical beasts. If they really fought, if he didn't escape, only death would await him. Aldrich said with a cold smile, so what? Even if you have so many great warlock rank alchemical golems, but if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me. Is that so? Then let me show you my strongest trump card. The power of the Divine Armament Book of Great Prophecy. Yang Feng smiled coldly, flipped his hand, and a book exuding strange fluctuations of power appeared in his hand. Aldrich became extremely nervous at once, staring at the book in Yang Feng's hand. Then his eyes spewed endless flames of fury and he roared madly. What Book of Great Prophecy? This is clearly Clifford's legend rank secret treasure book of Gaia. Are you playing with me? Yang Feng sighed faintly and said, of course I'm playing with you, isn't it obvious? Are you retarded? Just as Aldrich was about to go mad with anger, staring at Yang Feng for a split second, a figure suddenly burst out from the shadow behind him like a ghost and stabbed at Aldrich with the legend-ranked dagger kiss of the damned. Aldrich instinctively erupted with an extremely formidable life force, which revolved around him. The legend-ranked dagger kiss of the damned easily cut through Aldrich's life force, which could even resist a level 4 spell, and stabbed into his back. 12 kinds of curses instantly erupted inside Aldrich, causing black gas to linger around him and making him extremely weak. The figure of the shadow also revealed itself. It was the legend-rank assassin Night Hunter Romulich. Taking advantage of the moment when Aldrich's attention was attracted by Yang Feng, Romulich seized the opportunity and stabbed Aldrich in the abdomen with the legend-ranked dagger kiss of the damned. Bastard, go to hell! Aldrich's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at that shadow and instantly cast the 4th tier instant death spell, Disintegrate. A ray of Disintegrate shot towards Romulich. Once the level for instant death spell Disintegrate was successfully released, then even if it was a great warlock rank expert, they would still have a great chance of being insta-killed. This was definitely a very terrifying spell. For a legendary assassin like Romulich, once she was hit by Disintegrate, there was a 90% chance that she would be instantly killed and turned into a pile of dregs. At this moment, an azure light screen appeared in front of Romulich. When the green disintegration ray hit the azure light screen, it immediately shattered the azure light screen. Romulich took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a dagger and slash, cutting off the claws on Eunice's and Judy's throats. She reached out and grabbed Eunice's and Judy's shoulders, pulled them hard, and her tender body quickly floated backwards towards Yang Feng's camp. Aldrich's whole body was shrouded in black gas of curses. His eyes flickered with an extremely resentful radiance and he barked, "You can't save them. I've already cast a spell on their bodies. As long as I have a thought, Their souls will collapse and they'll turn into corpses. Aldrich's words had just fallen when Eunice and Judy suddenly screamed. Their bodies twitched, their eyes turned white and their bodies swelled up, as if there was some terrifying foreign object moving around inside their bodies. Traces of blood flowed out of their mouths. Is that so? Unfortunately, my spell is specialized in restraining your spells. Carolina walked out of the void, flipped her lily-white hand and the rose divine mirror suddenly appeared in her hand. She shone it at Eunice and Judy. A sacred and bright white holy light shone on Eunice and Judy. The faces of Eunice and Judy revealed expressions of pain. They opened their mouths and streams of black mist flew out of their mouths, condensed into human faces and screamed in pain. Then, under the illumination of the sacred white holy light, they were purified and disappeared. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of despair and he issued a beast-like roar. Carolina, it's actually you. You actually came as well. St. Rose Carolina was a publicly recognized expert in purifying all kinds of evil spells in Tyrannid's subcontinent. St. Rose's Great Radiant Tome was also one of the strongest secret techniques in Tyrannid's subcontinent. It could purify countless evil spells. With Carolina, no matter how evil the spells Aldrich cast on Eunice and Judy, they would all be purified. Carolina said with a merry smile, "That's right. Aldrich, I came to see how you'll be defeated. At that time when you swaggered around in my rose garden, did you ever think that this day would come?" The mechanical black dragon exuding traces of the ancient black dragons might descended from the sky and landed behind Aldrich, completely blocking his escape route. Aldrich's complexion changed several times. Suddenly, contrary to everyone's expectations, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed towards Yang Feng and implored, "Yang Feng Darren, I beg you to spare my lowly life. I can let you cast control spells on me. I only beg you to spare my lowly life. After all, I'm Eunice's biological father. I'm her only relative in this world. I beg you spare my life. I'm a great warlock rank expert. I know all of Warlock College Antalia's secrets. As long as you take me as a slave, I'll tell you everything, so that you can easily take control of Warlock College Antalia." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Adaptable, truly an ambitious and ruthless person. Carolina saw Aldrich wagging his tail and begging Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. What a disappointment! Romuald's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of contempt. Although she was forced to surrender to Yang Feng, but she didn't wag her tail and beg for pity, nor did she lower her voice. Aldrich was one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's most formidable great warlocks, Warlock College Antalia's dean. Such a bigwig when faced with life and death, was unexpectedly so unbearable. This made Romuald's words emerge in her mind. Unworthy of his reputation. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a humanoid robot walked towards Aldrich with a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir in hand, grabbed Aldrich's hand, and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Aldrich's right hand. Aldrich sensed that his immune system had killed 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots, and his complexion changed slightly, yet he didn't resist and obediently knelt on the ground. Under the attentive gazes of so many experts, only death would await Aldrich if he resisted. After seeing the liquid metal nanorobot elixir being injected into Aldrich's body, Yang Feng turned towards Eunice and asked, "Whether to kill him or not, I'll leave the decision to you. I promised you that I'll kill him for you. So long as you say the word, I'll let him die." Aldrich immediately turned pale with fright, before looking up at Yang Feng and saying, "Master, you promised to spare my wretched life." Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Haha, when did I promise you? It's just that you were mistaken. The one deciding your life now is your daughter Eunice, not me." Aldrich immediately turned around, knelt on the ground, cut a sorry figure, and implored bitterly, "Eunice, my daughter, my biological daughter. I know I was wrong, I beg you spare my life. I'm begging you, for the sake of me being your biological father, please spare my life. I'll give you all the resources I've accumulated over the years. Moreover, as long as I give you careful pointers, you'll definitely become a great warlock in the future." Eunice gave Aldrich a deep look, her beautiful eyes concealing a touch of deep resentment. "Aldrich, my dear biological father. At that time, my mother and my elder sister also implored you to not act against them. But you bastard, in order to obtain a trace of progress in your strength, you cruelly killed them. I'll never forgive you. Master, kill this bastard. Henceforth my body and heart are yours. All right, you can die. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, before saying faintly to Aldrich, "No." Aldrich uttered an extremely miserable scream. His face distorted. His body uncontrollably swelled up, and with a pop, he directly exploded. Only his intact head remained, rolling on the ground. His aura of life disappeared at once. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were a lot of extraordinary life forms with only their heads remaining. But Aldrich clearly wasn't such a monster. When Carolina and Romulich saw this scene, their hearts trembled slightly. Aldrich was a pinnacle great warlock. Even though he was stabbed by Romulich's kiss of the damned and his strength weakened by more than 90%, he was still very formidable. His battle prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary great warlock. Such a peerless expert, with just a few words from Yang Feng, died tragically without the strength to resist. This made them have an intuitive understanding of how terrifying the god-extinguishing elixir was. Yang Feng looked at Aldrich's corpse. His eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Although Aldrich didn't have any moral integrity, but he was a genuine pinnacle great warlock. If it wasn't for Eunice, then Yang Feng would have definitely taken him in as his subordinate and promoted his own power. After all, Aldrich's character wasn't good, but his strength was tyrannical. His conduct was also ruthless, despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. He was a veteran of dirty work. Thank you, Master. Henceforth my body and heart are yours. Eunice at once threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace and deeply kissed him. Her coquettish eyes were like silk, her whole body exuding an enchanting luster. Chapter 181. Yang Feng gave a slight smile. He knew that he had subdued the mind of the stunningly beautiful Eunice. Prior to this, he had only controlled her through the liquid metal nanorobots. The wonderful feeling of having one's heart and mind fusing was more than 100 times better than having the body of a walking corpse. Judy gave Eunice a somewhat envious glance, then went to Yang Feng's side. She kissed him on the cheek and said with a smile like a flower, "Thank you, Master." Yang Feng laughed heartily and embraced Judy and Eunice. After getting rid of Aldrich, Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion directly entered St. Colin City and took over the defenses of St. Colin City's various key locations. St. Colin City had also accumulated a huge amount of goods to deal with the attack of the underworld's allied forces. The huge amount of goods fell into Yang Feng's hands, making him unable to conceal his grin. Yang Feng gave an order, and countless engineering robots started to construct a variety of weapons within St. Colin City, starting to fortify St. Colin City. Additionally, all kinds of munitions factories started to be constructed within St. Colin City. Within Steel City's sphere of influence, in front of a dilapidated munitions factory, Cornell's transformed behemoth's eyes flickered with an extremely savage glint. He stared fixedly at a warlock and said in a voice that contained endless fury, "You said that St. Colin City has already been breached?" The warlock said somewhat tremblingly, "Yes, Your Holiness." Cornell's eyes flashed with a touch of madness and he bellowed, overflowing with killing intent, "Impossible. That's impossible." St. Colin City was guarded by Warlock College Antalya and Black Dragon Pagoda. How could it have been destroyed? How could it have been breached so easily? Are you deceiving me? You're deceiving me, aren't you? The warlock felt that if he didn't handle this well, then he might be slapped to death by Cornell at any time. The warlock reported while trembling with fear. Yang Feng's mechanical legion used the mysterious weapon that killed Kamas and the others, destroyed St. Colin City's city wall, and killed the 1 million night rank experts of St. Colin City. Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master Anthony fled, Aldrich died in battle, and the entire St. Colin City was occupied by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Fuck. Aldrich, you fool, you misled me. Cornell's eyes were bloodshot as he faced the sky and let out a long roar. He was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The 5 great warlock groups besieging Steel City was a plan formulated by Aldrich. Cornell had originally believed that this plan was in the bag, so he personally took action and led the Claw of Ambition's experts to burn, kill, and loot all over Steel City, destroying its munitions factories. Now that St. Colin City had been captured by Yang Feng, Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory and Black Dragon Pagoda were the three great forces that Yang Feng would definitely retaliate against. Cornell suddenly roared, "Where's the eyes of justice? Didn't they reinforce St. Colin City?" Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory, Black Dragon Pagoda and Warlock College Antalya were mortal enemies. It was because of this that Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory were responsible for cutting off Yang Feng's reinforcements. The Eyes of Justice acted as mobile reinforcements that could support the major battlefields at any time. The Warlock said extremely bitterly, "The Eyes of Justice didn't go to the battlefields, they just made a gesture, that's all." Cornell gnashed his teeth and said, "The Eyes of Justice, the Atchison, the Eyes of Justice. He's planning to sit on top of the mountain and watch as we and Yang Feng fight to the bitter end." The Warlock asked, "Your Holiness, what should we do now?" Cornell promptly made a decision. "Withdraw at once. Withdraw, Savage Claw." A Warlock holding a communications magic box walked up to Cornell and said, "Your Holiness, His Holiness Steel White Elephant wants to talk to you." Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly. Then he reached out and touched the communications magic box. With a flash of magic radiance, Har's voice came from the magic box. "Cornell, I just got the information that St. Colin City has fallen. Anthony is seriously injured and Aldrich is dead." Cornell said coldly, "I also got the information. Aldrich is really a good-for-nothing, he was actually so easily killed." Har said solemnly, "That's right, Aldrich is indeed a good-for-nothing. Now we only have one chance, a chance to survive from the jaws of death. Raid Steel City's base, Giant Stone City. As long as Giant Stone City is breached and Yang Feng's uncle Yang Yi is captured alive, then we still have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, with Yang Ye's peerless alchemy, coupled with Warlock College Antalya's and Rose Garden's tremendous resources, as long as we give them some time, then we won't be able to resist Steel City's mechanical legion." Horace could see it very clearly. As long as Yang Feng was given some time to develop, then countless level 8 primary battle robots would be manufactured. Then it would be the end of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory. But his only mistake was that he guessed incorrectly, that Yang Yi didn't exist. Everyone was certain that Steel City had an alchemy expert called Yang Yi, but that was because it was impossible for Yang Feng to be that peerless alchemy expert. The information regarding Yang Feng practicing cultivation in Warlock College Antalya had already been thoroughly researched by the major forces. It was impossible for him to be an expert with peerless alchemy. The only possibility was that he was served by an expert with peerless alchemy. For an expert with peerless alchemy to serve a waste with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude, apart from being a blood relative, there was no other way to explain it. Yang Ye's image also became vivid and lifelike. Conrath said coldly, "Are you sure that Giant Stone City doesn't have that mysterious alchemical weapon that killed Kamas and the others?" Hars was silent at once. Even if he was tyrannical, but he still didn't dare to say that he could contend against that terrifying alchemical weapon that annihilated 18 great warlocks. As for whether or not Giant Stone City had that kind of weapon, that was simply a matter of course. Conrath said lightly, "If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm going to take my people to Savage Claw. If Yang Feng dares to bring his people to Savage Claw, then I'll definitely exterminate him." Hars gave a long sigh and said, "All right. Return to Savage Claw." Conrath immediately ordered. All the warlocks belonging to Savage Claw quickly rode various kinds of secret treasures or extraordinary flying life forms, and quickly retreated towards Savage Claw. In a secluded valley, dressed in white, a handsome middle-aged man brimming with a scholarly temperament said somewhat regretfully, "Conrath and Horace actually didn't fight Steel City to the bitter end. That's truly regrettable." This middle-aged man dressed in white was impressively Eyes of Justice's leader Atchison. "However, we've already received enough offerings for this battle." Atchison smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal ball appeared in his hand. Inside the scarlet crystal ball, countless wronged souls screamed mournfully. One after another, human faces continuously tumbled inside the scarlet crystal ball, issuing extremely mournful wails. Atchison stared at the scarlet crystal ball in his hand, his eyes flashing with a trace of madness, before saying in a low voice, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank those idiots from the underworld's allied forces. If it wasn't for them, then it wouldn't have been so easy for me to collect this 100 million wronged souls bloody tear crystal. With this wronged souls bloody tear crystal, I can open a planar passageway and let the mighty Lord descend upon this plane. As for me, I can also become a formidable existence comparable to a starry sky warlock. Finished speaking, Atchison smiled slightly, waved his hand, opened a portal and directly entered it. Before long, the news of St. Colin's City being breached and Warlock College and Talia's Dean Aldrich dying in battle spread throughout Tyrandit subcontinent. The entire Tyrandit subcontinent was in an uproar. St. Colin's City was the nest of the ancient warlocks. It had countless marvelous places. Since the establishment of Warlock College and Talia, it was practically impregnable, and no one had ever been able to breach it. This was also the strongest source of confidence for the 6 great warlock groups. Now that Yongfeng had captured St. Colin's City, the legend of the 6 great warlock groups' nests being indestructible had been shattered. Countless people in Tyrandit subcontinent raised their eyebrows. His reputation as a traitor to humanity was also shattered. Many human forces secretly sent envoys to contact Yongfeng and deliver all kinds of minerals required by Steel City. In the battle with St. Colin's City, countless small forces that opposed Yongfeng were destroyed. The remaining forces basically surrendered to Yongfeng and became a part of Steel City. Fernandro Principality, Fernandro family. In the assembly hall, Lamix laughed excitedly. Ha ha! I told you that Steel City wasn't that simple. I didn't expect that they would even capture St. Colin's City. That's really amazing. We've struck it big. At that time, Lamix had chosen to completely side with Yongfeng, although he was forced by the circumstances, but he had also shouldered tremendous pressure. Now that Steel City had become Tyrandit subcontinent's overlord rank force, it proved that his decision at that time was completely correct. In the assembly hall, the faces of all the elders were also brimming with excitement. After the battle with Steel City, it had become Tyrandit subcontinent's overlord rank force. The forces that had sided with it earlier would also reap tremendous benefits. One of the elders hastily flattered, "Patriarch is really wise. Yongfeng has already become Steel City's Grand Marshal by marriage. I've heard that many level 3 warlock families want to offer their female clansmen to him as concubines, yet they're unable to do so." Another elder said with a smile, "That's right. I've heard that the level 3 warlock family, Blom family, wants to offer their family's first wife's daughter to Yongfeng as a concubine, yet Yongfeng has yet to agree. Haha, our Fernandro family's Jessica is his official wife. In the future, when Steel City establishes an empire, she'll at least be an imperial concubine, her status unspeakably noble." Chapter 182. The faces of the Fernandro clan's elders were flushed as they laughed heartily. Once Steel City established an empire, then Yongfeng was bound to be Steel City's future crown prince, and even had the possibility of directly becoming the empire's emperor. After all, Yang Yi was famous for not liking to manage and wholeheartedly devoted himself to alchemy. The identity of an imperial concubine of a formidable empire comparable to that of the Black Dragon Empire was definitely much more distinguished than that of Fernandro Principality's king. Anusha also revealed a trace of a smile, just that it was somewhat forced. She was currently filled with jealousy towards Jessica. An elder suddenly said, "There are many beautiful women around Yongfeng. As far as I know, Eunice and Shui are both peerless beauties. Moreover, Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa and Dephilia, the 4 holy ones, all of them are peerless beauties. Jessica is alone by his side. I'm afraid that she won't be able to compete with them for favor." The smiles of the Fernandro clan's elders stagnated and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The concubines of a great empire were also divided into favored and unfavored ones. The favored concubines were far from being comparable to the unfavored concubines. "I suggest that we also send Anusha over. Let her be Jessica's maid and help solidify her favor." "Good idea." The elders in the conference hall nodded slightly in agreement with this proposal. Lamix waved his hand, suppressing the discussions of the elders in the conference hall. He stared at Anusha and said, "Anusha, are you willing to go to Yongfeng's side for the sake of Fernandro clan and help solidify Jessica's favor?" Yongfeng's status was now different. Moreover, The story of Yang Feng leading Steel City's main force to breach St. Colin City in one fell swoop for the sake of Eunice and Judy had already spread throughout the continent. Lei Mix didn't want to rudely send Anusha to Yang Feng's side. If he nurtured an enemy of the clan, then it would be troublesome. Anusha gave a reserved smile, suppressed the excitement in her heart and said flatly, "Patriarch, I'm willing." Lei Mix nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's good. I'll take you to St. Colin City tomorrow." Apart from Fernandro clan, all the major forces in the entire Tarandit subcontinent began to move. Many forces sent the most beautiful women of their families in an attempt to offer them to Yang Feng and become his women. After Yang Feng captured St. Colin City, he once again began to build munitions factories everywhere and fortify St. Colin City. At the same time, he had the two female Great Warlock Dephilia and Clarissa preside over St. Colin City's affairs. In Warlock College Antalia's inner court, there were many more female warlocks from Rose Garden. With Rose Garden's support and the two female Great Warlocks Dephilia and Clarissa keeping watch, St. Colin City once again became impregnable and recovered part of its power. The Dark Elves' powerhouses returned to the Dark Elves' main city in the underground world. After handing over all the affairs to others, Yang Feng, Shui, Eunice and Judy, the four people arrived at Rose Garden. In the depths of Rose Garden. This is my Rose Garden's divine-level secret treasure, the Rose Divine Pool. Carolina took Yang Feng's group of four all the way to a pond and pointed at it. Yang Feng took a closer look. Blue jade-colored roses were in full bloom at the center of a wide pond. As if it had a life of its own, the pond revolved continuously and absorbed the surrounding magic energy. There were 8 huge grooves around the pool, and each groove was filled with countless inferior magic stones. With every passing minute, many low-level magic stones would turn into dust, and all the magic energy would be sucked dry. The magic energy would be directly absorbed into the Rose Divine Pool. From time to time, a drop of blue liquid would fall from the roots of the blue jade-colored roses into the pool, forming the Rose Divine Pool's water. Yang Feng was somewhat speechless. So extravagant, how many inferior magic stones would be consumed in a year? Carolina said flatly, 1 billion inferior magic stones must be consumed in a year to maintain it. It would take 3 years and 3 billion magic stones to accumulate such a pool of water. This pool of water can at most supply 30 people. With this Rose Divine Pool, my Rose Garden can give birth to 27 first-rate geniuses every 3 years and maintain its inheritance. 3 billion magic stones. Yang Feng was also shocked by the huge number of magic stones. He had expended a lot of effort to get his hands on magic stones, yet he still might not reach 3 billion magic stones. This was the foundation of Tarandit subcontinent's 6 overlord rank forces. Carolina warned, after you enter and start practicing cultivation, remember to leave immediately if you feel that your body can't bear it. Otherwise, the tremendous power contained in the Rose Divine Pool might directly burst your body. I've seen a lot of idiots think that they're exceptionally talented, that they're peerless geniuses, but in the end their bodies burst and they die worthless deaths. Yang Feng nodded slightly, took off his clothes, his figure shook, and he jumped into the Rose Divine Pool. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Rose Divine Pool, he felt extremely pure life magic energy spread towards his limbs and bones. When every cell of Yang Feng's body encountered the life magic energy, it was like a thirsty traveler in a desert, madly absorbing the extremely pure life magic energy. Yang Feng operated the secret method Black Dragon Morph, as if the incarnation of a black dragon, madly devouring the extremely huge amount of life magic energy. Yang Feng's spirit sea churned and surged. Extremely formidable spirit force was released from his soul seed, slowly condensing into the second innate spell model, Dragon Force. Warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians practice cultivation, according to the secret method. Every time they promoted a level, an innate spell model would automatically be born. The level 1 innate spell model was Black Dragon Scales. The level 2 innate spell model was Dragon Force. The level 3 innate spell model was Dragon Breath. The level 4 innate spell model was Dragon Might. The 4 innate spell models solidified in the spirit sea of Black Dragon's blood meridian warlocks would evolve along with the cultivator. Once Black Dragon's blood meridian warlocks practice cultivation until the Great Warlock rank, then the 4 innate spell models would evolve into 4 level, for spells. This was also where Blood Meridian warlocks were much more formidable than Orthodox warlocks. The 4 innate spell models of Orthodox Great Warlocks would gradually improve from level 1 to level 4, and wouldn't evolve along with the cultivator's cultivation base. Of course, level 1 spells cast by Great Warlocks would definitely be much more formidable than spells cast by level 1 warlocks, but there was no qualitative change. After Yang Feng smoothly broke through to the level 2 warlock rank, he once again madly absorbed the life magic energy inside the Rose Divine Pool, feeling that every cell in his body was starting to feel full. He didn't insist and wanted to leave the Rose Divine Pool. At this moment, the extremely strange green bead on Yang Feng's chest suddenly flashed with an emerald green radiance, madly devouring the life magic energy of the Rose Divine Pool. At the same time, after devouring the life magic energy of the Rose Divine Pool, it transformed into an even higher ranked emerald green power, nourishing Yang Feng's body. Under the nourishment of the emerald green power, Yang Feng only felt his whole body become extremely hungry, madly devouring the emerald green power, continuously making him more powerful. The traces of residual elixir toxins accumulated inside Yang Feng's body, due to him drinking too many elixirs, were also expelled from his body inch by inch. An hour later, Judy climbed out of the Rose Deity's pool. She was already unable to absorb the Rose Divine Pool's power. Once Judy came out of the Rose Divine Pool, the distant Carolina sensed her and said faintly within, "This girl's aptitude is really poor." In the past, those who could enter the Rose Divine Pool were all geniuses. They could at least last for more than 6 hours. Judy only lasted for an hour. The poor aptitude could be well imagined. Time continued to pass. 28 hours later, Eunice finally leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool, her body emitting a formidable life force. She had also promoted from a level 1 warlock to a level 2 warlock. After Carolina sensed Eunice, she gave a knowing smile. "This young lady isn't bad. Her aptitude is just a bit worse than mine at that time." Yang Feng, this youngster really struck gold. Yang Feng and Shi Shui, the two of them actually didn't come out. Could it be that their aptitudes are more formidable than Eunice's? That's impossible. Yang Feng's aptitude is publicly recognized as trash, inferior level 1. Even if he promoted to a warlock, he would still have walked the evil path of a Blood Meridian warlock. How could he have stayed in the Rose Divine Pool for so long? Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Her figure shook and she immediately appeared next to the Rose Divine Pool, her tremendous spirit force at once entering the Rose Divine Pool. 2 incomparably formidable life forces were transmitted from the Rose Divine Pool, making Carolina slightly loosen her heart. Then she surged with a touch of curiosity, "Since there's nothing going on, then I want to see how long they can stay inside." 3 days later, the Rose Divine Pool bubbled and Shi Shui lightly leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool. In a flash, a terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock erupted from her tender body. She had actually stepped into the realm of a level 3 warlock. When Carolina sensed Shi Shui's aura, she was immediately dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. 3 days? She can actually stay in the Rose Divine Pool for 3 days. What kind of freak is she? The strongest genius in the history of Rose Garden only stayed in the Rose Deity's pool for 38 hours. She actually stayed in the Rose Divine Pool for 76 hours. She's simply a freak. Shortly after Shi Shui left the Rose Divine Pool, the Rose Divine Pool bubbled and surged. Yang Feng at once leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool. After Yang Feng leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool, the entire Rose Divine Pool lost all of its life magic energy, turning into a pool of waste water. Chapter 183. Yang Feng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered and brimmed with vigor. His whole body was brimming with indescribable strength. His entire person started to become more handsome and charming, exuding a charming temperament. Gentle energy diffused from the green bead on Yang Feng's chest and entered his body, continuously nourishing his fleshly body and enhancing his strength. Carolina stared at Yang Feng. Suddenly a thought emerged within her. Why does this guy look so much better than before? Black Dragon's blood meridians were originally one of Tyrandit subcontinent's first-rate blood meridians. Yang Feng possessed ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians. The ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians were imperceptibly changing him practically every day, making him evolve in a more perfect direction. Blood Meridian warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians were basically handsome men and beautiful women. There were no ugly people. Even if there were ugly people, under the influence of the blood meridians, they would slowly change into handsome men and beautiful women. Unless they were under a strong curse or some sort of dark spell, they would remain ugly. Cheyenne came out from the side with a merry smile and said, "Congratulations, Darren, for promoting to a level 2 warlock and taking another step towards the great warlock path." Yang Feng said with a carefree smile, "Haha, you're such a sweet talker. Speak, what do you want from me?" After Yang Feng's cultivation base was promoted to a level 2 warlock, his strength suddenly soared and his survivability once again soared by a large margin. His lifespan increased once again, naturally making him feel extremely carefree. Cheyenne said with a smile, "I have a matter to report to Darren. As for how to deal with it, I'll leave it to Darren to decide." Yang Feng said lightly, "Speak." Cheyenne sweetly smiled and said, "Our dark elves spent several hundred years in the surface world to support the hidden vampires in the human world. We originally planned to use them as our dark elves' pawns, but they recently broke away from our control. This kindred monarch actually intends to condense divinity and directly ascend to godhood." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness as he said, "Ascend to godhood? With the help of faith power, ascend to godhood, condense a demigod lattice, and become a transcendent being with terrifying strength. This was the most crucial step in the evolution of many formidable beings from other planes. Once the kindred monarch became a demigod, then he would possess terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a starry sky warlock. Even a terrifying existence like the ancient black dragon Vedarnia at its peak could fight against it." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he said coldly, "That won't do. I have to kill it before it ascends to godhood." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "Sir, I have a suggestion." The deepest part of the Eye of Justice headquarters was a forbidden area that only the current leader of the Eye of Justice and the various great elders could enter. A 10-meter-tall monster statue with a wolf's head, a human's head, and a tiger's head sat in the center of a blood-red altar. It had a beast-like body, long claws on both hands and feet, a pair of wings on its back, and a scorpion tail. Around the blood-red altar, there were 8 pools of blood that emitted an endless evil aura. Each of the pools was constantly churning, condensing into human faces that let out mournful and terrifying cries. No one would have thought that the Eye of Justice headquarters, which had always been fair and claimed to represent justice, would actually have such an evil blood-red altar that had killed an unknown number of living beings. Eyes of Justice's leader, the Sword of Justice Atchison, slowly walked in from outside, and arrived before the blood-red altar. "Is what I'm doing really the right thing?" Atchison's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation when he saw the blood-red altar exuding a thick stench, the wailing of wronged souls, and the constantly churning pools of blood. A trace of bloodthirsty and tyrannical red light suddenly flashed in the depths of Atchison's eyes, and his gaze recovered its firmness. "Starry Sky Warlock, as long as I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock, then I'm willing to do anything." "Atchison, my most devout believer, you've come." A majestic voice filled with terrifying pressure reverberated in the forbidden area. Atchison prostrated on the ground, his eyes brimming with fanaticism, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, mighty demonic god Cartman, your most devout believer Atchison has come with an offering. I'll open a passage here, and respectfully welcome your Majesty to descend upon this world and dominate the entire world." "Your Majesty, mighty demonic god Cartman, it was you who bestowed the power of Eyes of Justice. It was you who guided the development of Eyes of Justice. Everyone in Eyes of Justice is your most devout believer, and we respectfully welcome your arrival, and dedicate everything for your arrival. You'll dominate everything, you'll control everything. This world will belong to you." 8 wizened old men, who looked as if they would die from a gust of wind, yet exuding great warlock rank life force, walked out of the caves behind the statues. They respectfully prostrated on the ground, and recited words of praise. Eyes of Justice's underlying strength was frighteningly terrifying. The number of 9 great warlock rank experts was already far above that of Black Dragon Pagoda, which was reputed to have the most great warlocks. In fact, Eyes of Justice didn't have any divine rank treasures as their underlying strength, yet they were still able to become one of the 6 great warlock groups, and that was because they could obtain tremendous power from the other plane's demonic god Cartman. Their inheritance was continuous, and in every era, they had at least 7 great warlock rank experts. They intimidated the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, and no one dared to underestimate them. At the same time, they publicized that they also had divine rank treasures in their possession. Atchison raised the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal high, and silently recited an incantation. The myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal suddenly flourished with red light, and a blood energy brimming with resentment suddenly erupted, attempting to erode Atchison. Atchison casually tossed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into the statue's mouth. The statue opened its mouth, and swallowed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into its belly. Black and red rays of light spread out from the statue's body. The statue suddenly split open, revealing a huge cave. A path filled with dense blood chi and demonic chi suddenly emerged, forming an extremely strange planar path, connecting to another plane. A terrifying fluctuation of power comparable to that of a god was transmitted from the other end of the planar path. The fluctuation of power was filled with ruthlessness and tyranny. Sangji plane. The path has finally opened. This plane belongs to me, Cartman. A voice brimming with greed and viciousness was transmitted from the other end of the planar path. A huge claw covered in black fur extended from the planar path, attempting to climb out. The huge claw covered in black fur had just extended from the planar path, when the planar path trembled and almost collapsed. The countless blood and souls in the 8 blood pools around the altar evaporated, disappearing in midair. Damn it! This planar path is still too fragile. It can't accommodate my true body. A world-shaking roar was transmitted from the planar path, and the huge claw covered in black fur unwillingly withdrew into the passageway. Atchison, don't resist. I'll grant you the power to become a starry sky warlock. You'll be my divine emissary in the Tsangji plane, and represent my will. Think of ways to sacrifice more life forms and stabilize this planar path. A fierce voice was transmitted from the planar path, and a sphere of blood flew out in a flash, before falling on Atchison's head. As if it had a life of its own, the sphere of blood frantically drilled into Atchison's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Atchison was alarmed, and instinctively had an ominous premonition. He operated his secret method, attempting to shatter the sphere of life form. But Atchison had just willed it, when like a tide, the life force inside him was absorbed by the sphere of blood. Atchison's eyes turned white, and his body twisted. An incomparably formidable power pervaded his body, directly breaking through one cultivation bottleneck after another. A boundless and terrifying life force comparable to that of a starry sky warlock slowly pervaded his body. The 8 great elders of Eyes of Justice, who looked as though they would be blown away by a gust of wind, sensed the frightening life force spreading from Atchison's body. Each and every one of their eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy and longing. They frantically kowtowed and begged, "Your Majesty, the mighty demon god Cartman, we are your most devout believers. We have dedicated everything for your great cause. Please be merciful and bestow us with more lifespan and strength." The Eyes of Justice's great elders were already nearing the end of their lifespans, and were on the verge of dying of old age. This was why they were so devout towards such a formidable existence like Cartman. They longed to obtain the lifespan and strength bestowed upon them by him. Now that they sensed the terrifying starry sky warlock rank power emitting from Atchison's body, they became even more devout and respectful. Strength and lifespan? All right, I'll grant you even greater strength and lifespan. Atchison's face flashed with a touch of a queer expression. He smiled malevolently and waved his hand. From the strange planar passageway, 8 lumps of blood flew out and pounced on the faces of the 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders. The 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders first revealed traces of smiles, then their faces twisted, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing, and their eyes flashed with a touch of despair. Before long, the bodies of the 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders began to transform. They became younger and younger, and possessed more and more strength, before finally recovering their peak state when they were young. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the mighty demon Emperor Cartman." After the 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders recovered their youthful appearance, their eyes flickered with inhuman glints. They knelt on one knee in front of Atchison and said respectfully. Cartman's eyes flickered with an excited glint, and he burst into laughter. "Haha, after thousands of years of planning, It's finally time to reap the harvest. The Zhangji Plains Dawn Imperial Court has already collapsed. Now it has become a piece of juicy meat. Whoever can snatch it, it will belong to them. I, Cartman, will open a planar passageway leading to our demon race in the Zhangji Plain. Will once again descend upon this plane and become its ruler. I, Cartman, will also be promoted to a true demon god because of this achievement. Cartman said lightly, "Go and summon Eyes of Justice's warlocks. I'm going to transform all of them into puppets of our race. These human warlocks aren't weak, and they're cultivating the flawed secret methods I passed on to them. They'll serve as cannon fodder for our conquest of Tyrandit subcontinent." "Yes, Your Majesty." The demons draped in the skins of the 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders responded respectfully, and then retreated. Before long, Eyes of Justice's warlocks were summoned into the forbidden area. After they came out, although they were still draped in a layer of human skin, but they were no longer human on the inside. Before long, all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons. After all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons, a steady stream of grotesquely shaped demons emerged from the planar passageway. Savage Claw's headquarters in a reception hall, there were 2 people sitting at a large table. They were Cornell and Horace. Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said solemnly, "Atchison actually wants to see the 2 of us? What the hell is he thinking?" Horace analyzed faintly. "He should be apologizing to us for the matter of the reinforcements not arriving. I'm afraid that the pressure from Steel City isn't small." These past few days, due to Yangfeng's seclusion, Steel City hadn't made any big movements. However, a steady stream of all kinds of supplies had been delivered to St. Collins City and Giant Stone City. The munitions factories issued loud noises day and night, making the 4 great forces tremble in fear and brimming with anxiety. However, St. Collins City, Rose Garden, Giant Stone City, and the City of Dark Elves, these 4 strongholds were as solid as a rock, without any flaws. Cornell and the others also had no choice but to sink into a deadlock. They could only watch helplessly as Yangfeng continued to grow stronger. Cornell snorted coldly. "Humph, that coward, he actually fled midway. If he had led Eyes of Justice's people to support Aldrich, then Aldrich might not have been defeated so quickly." Warlock College Antalya had 9 7-story tall warlock pagodas. According to reason, it required 7 great warlock rank experts in coordination with countless warlock rank experts, in order to display Warlock College Antalya's most formidable battle strength. With every additional great warlock rank expert, Warlock College Antalya's defense would double. If Atchison had led all of Eyes of Justice's experts to station themselves in Warlock College Antalya's warlock pagodas, then Yangfeng might not have been able to capture Warlock College Antalya. Horace smiled bitterly and didn't say much. He was very clear that even if Atchison had led Eyes of Justice's experts to support Warlock College Antalya, Aldrich still wouldn't have let them station themselves in the core 9 warlock pagodas. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house and exposing his mysteries to Eyes of Justice. Chapter 184. Sorry, I'm a bit late. With a graceful smile on his face, Atchison slowly stepped into the hall. As if he had eaten gunpowder, Conrath said coldly with a straight face, "You still have the face to see us?" Horace swept Atchison with a glance and creased his eyebrows slightly. He vaguely felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Atchison said with a mysterious smile, "Everything that happened before was my fault. I've prepared a big gift for the 2 of you. I guarantee that you'll definitely like this big gift." Conrath sneered, "What big gift? What good things does Eyes of Justice have?" "That big gift is..." Atchison took a step forward. His eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of a cold glint. In a flash he erupted with the terrifying life force of a starry sky warlock. His hands were shrouded in dense demonic chi, and he shot towards the 2 great experts Conrath and Horace. With a starry sky warlock rank expert launching a sneak attack at such a close distance, Conrath basically couldn't react in time. Defensive force fields flickered on his body, and at the same time space distorted. He was about to launch a short-distance teleportation spell. Atchison's right hand, shrouded in endless demonic chi, passed through Conrath's defensive force field, and patted Conrath's chest, directly interrupting the teleportation spell, and heavily stamped on Conrath's chest. Conrath spat out a large mouthful of black blood, and was sent flying, before crashing into the wall of the hall. On the other side, Horace was also sent flying by a palm strike, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, before crashing into the wall of the hall. "You're not Atchison, who the hell are you?" Horace was both startled and furious. He roared loudly, before forcefully tearing apart a life-saving long-distance teleportation spell scroll. "Interesting. You have a defensive demigod artifact on you." Atchison revealed a trace of a smile of interest, before reaching out with his right hand. His right hand emitted a trace of spatial fluctuations, before grabbing at Horace. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Horace immediately disappeared, before he flew into Atchison's hand. Atchison reached out and pointed at Horace's body. With a flash of black light, the semi-divine tool white elephant battle armor flew out of Horace's body and fell into his hand. Atchison casually waved his hand, and the semi-divine armament white elephant armor appeared on his body. This backward subcontinent also has semi-divine armament rank treasures. As expected of the Tsangji plane, the primary material plane said to contain the mysteries of immortality. Horace's body was churning and his eyes were overflowing with blood. He angrily said, "You're not Atchison. Who the hell are you?" Cartman smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I'm not Atchison, I'm Demon Emperor Cartman. Everyone in the Sword of Justice has already been transformed into demons by me. Cornell Harris, the two of you are two of the strongest experts in Tyrandot subcontinent. I admire you very much. If you side with me, I can spare your lives and grant you power. As long as you make enough contributions for me, I can even raise your strength to the demigod realm." Devils! As soon as he said that, Cornell and Harris were greatly shaken, and raging waves were set off in their hearts. Towards the end of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Demonic Divine Dynasty, the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks found a formidable plane, the Demonis Plane. The natives of the Demonis Plane were demons. The Demonic Divine Dynasty's human warlocks launched a war of conquest towards the Demonis Plane. The fighting prowess of the demons was far beyond the imagination of the human warlocks. Although the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks barely defeated the demons of the Demonis Plane, but it was still a situation where both sides suffered. After this war, the human warlocks were no longer able to suppress the various gods and demons that filled the Demonic Divine Dynasty. Due to the rebellion of the various gods and demons, the dynasty collapsed. The demons were definitely one of the most terrifying enemies of the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks. Every time the demons descended on the Tsangji continent, it would be followed by a terrifying calamity that would engulf the whole world. A demonic calamity. Tyrandot subcontinent was extremely remote, and had not experienced a demonic calamity for nearly 10,000 years. Cornell and the others didn't expect that Atchison's body was actually being controlled by a formidable demon. Cartman said lightly, "What do the two of you think about it?" While spitting blood, Cornell burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, I, Cornell, am the master of Savage Claw, a man of indomitable spirit. How could I surrender to a freak like you? Back then, you demons were our slaves. Now you want to enslave your master. That's simply wishful thinking." During the time of the Fourth Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, the Star Lord had already conquered the Demonis Plane and incorporated it into the sphere of influence of the human warlocks, becoming one of the human colonies. Ever since the Fourth Warlock Dynasty, whenever a human warlock dynasty rose, the demons would obediently serve as the slaves and lackeys of the human warlocks. Once the human warlock dynasty collapsed, then they would throw stones at the human warlocks while they were down, and attack the Tsangji Plane in an attempt to replace and eliminate the human warlocks. Stubborn fellows, go to hell. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and he said frigidly. He snapped his fingers and clouds of black demonic chi gushed out of Cornell's body, inflating him into a balloon, before exploding with a bang, turning him into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Cartman swept Horace with a glance with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "A wise man submits to circumstances." At that time the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks were powerful, and we had no choice but to yield. Now the Tsangji Plane has declined and humans have fallen. This plane will belong to us demons, while the Tyrandot subcontinent will belong to me, the Demon Emperor Cartman. Horace, you've bitterly practiced cultivation for hundreds of years. Do you want to be as stubborn as Cornell and court your own death? Horace hesitated for a moment, before clenching his teeth and saying, Sir Demon Emperor Cartman, I can surrender to you. However, you must promise not to use any secret methods to control my thoughts. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, yet his face carried a trace of a kind and cordial smile as he said, All right, I promise you. Although the Tsangji Plains human warlocks had declined, and were no longer as glorious as the 8 great warlock dynasties. However, in the Tsangji Plains continent, experts were still as common as clouds, and experts were as plentiful as rain. It definitely wasn't that simple for demons to conquer the entire Tsangji Plain. They had to use human warlocks to fight human warlocks, and instigate human warlocks to kill each other, only then would the demons have a chance. This was the experience summed up by the demons for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, Cartman attached great importance to Horace, who was the first human great warlock to pledge allegiance to him. Horace asked respectfully, Master, now that Cornell is dead, what do you plan to do with Savage Claw? Cartman said lightly, Destroy it. My subordinates have already followed me into Savage Claw. With Cornell dead, Savage Claw's headquarters is completely in my pocket. Savage Claw was one of the ancient warlock relic sites. If there were enough great warlocks and level 3 warlocks, then even Starry Sky warlocks could be suppressed, and even slightly contend against Moonlight warlocks. However, Savage Claw had suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Black City, and the number of great warlocks wasn't enough. Moreover, Cornell had been killed by Cartman's sneak attack. Without a leader, Savage Claw couldn't resist Cartman, a terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank expert. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a crafty glint, and he said solemnly, Horace, help me make an appointment with Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony. I want to meet him. Tell him that I want to apologize to him. Moreover, I'll prepare a generous gift for him. Cartman possessed terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank strength, yet he still acted very cautiously. He wanted to uproot Tyrandit's powerful forces one by one. At the moment, he was merely an embodiment of his true body in the Demonis plane. Once he entered ancient warlock relic sites like Black Dragon Pagoda or St. Rose Garden, then he might be directly suppressed and killed. Horace said with a bitter smile, Master, Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony was seriously injured by Steel City's Mechanical Legion, and is currently in seclusion. I invited him before, but he ignored me. Cartman was slightly taken aback and said, Steel City's Mechanical Legion? When did such a force like Steel City emerge in Tyrandit's subcontinent? In that case, he only obtained Atchison's body, but didn't obtain Atchison's memories. Horace was slightly moved within. Horace said, Master, Steel City's master is called Yang Yi, and he's a peerless genius in alchemy. He obtained the alchemy inheritance of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty, and refined a mechanical legion composed entirely of mechanical golems. That mechanical legion is very powerful, and we're not his match. Even the Rose Garden and the Dark Elves had joined his side. Master, if you want to become Tyrandit Subcontinent's master, then Yang Yi is your greatest enemy. Cartman said faintly, Is that so? Where's Yang Ye's base? Horace's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, His base is in Fernandro Principality's giant stone city. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said with a faint smile, Go invite him, Rose Gardens Carolina, and the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne to White Tooth City for a chat. Tell them that the 3 of us want to surrender to Steel City, and that we need to personally discuss the conditions with them. Yes, Master. Horace's heart was filled with disappointment, yet he said respectfully on the surface. Cartman was already a Starry Sky warlock rank expert, an unparalleled existence in Tyrandit subcontinent, yet he still acted so cautiously and without the slightest flaw, which made Horace extremely disappointed. Before long, the envoys dispatched by White Ivory arrived at St. Collins City. Chapter 185. Eyes of Justice and White Ivory have decided to surrender to me? How could it be so fast? When Yang Feng heard the news from the envoys, he was somewhat puzzled. Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's Ivory were 2 of Tyrandit subcontinent's 6 overlords. They had ancient warlocks' relic sites as their headquarters, and were extremely powerful. Yang Feng believed that as long as he was given some time to develop, he would definitely be able to flatten Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's ivory. However, he did not expect such an overlord force to choose to surrender so quickly. Cheyenne came to Yang Feng's side and said resolutely, "That's right, there's definitely a conspiracy." Yang Feng asked curiously, why? Although Yang Feng felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but he also couldn't tell what was wrong. In terms of development potential, Yang Feng's Steel City was indeed far superior to Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's ivory. It was not strange that these two forces chose to surrender to him. Ever since Yang Feng breached St. Colin City, countless large and small human forces in Tyrannid subcontinent had chosen to surrender to him. Eunice was in charge of dealing with the defection of human forces. Although Steel City was still a city, its sphere of influence had already expanded to the point where it could rival the Black Dragon Empire. This still didn't include Rose Garden's forces. If Rose Garden's forces were added, then Yang Feng's forces would be even more formidable and frightening. Cheyenne resolutely and decisively said, "I have studied the leaders of the 6 major forces of Tyrannid subcontinent in detail. Eyes of Justice's Atchison was brimming with ambition, and absolutely wasn't willing to be under others. Moreover, Wild Claw and White Elephant's Tusk were like birds of a feather, always exhaling from the same nostrils. Only White Elephant's ivory had surrendered, while Savage Claw hadn't responded. This was definitely abnormal. There must be a conspiracy behind this." Yang Feng said with a faint smile. "Hehe, since that's the case, then reply to them. Tell them that if they are sincere, they can come to Rose Garden. Anyway, we have the upper hand. Even if they don't come, we won't lose anything." Cheyenne said, "Yes, Lord." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How are the preparations for that?" Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified look as she said, "It's ready." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "Very good." The Tian's dukedom was located next to the Satsuma dukedom. It was extremely vast and had a population of more than 1 million. That night, the capital of Duke Tian's territory, Palmer City. In the center of Palmer City, in a square lit with countless magic lamps, countless handsome young men and women gathered. Countless handsome young men and women were venting their lust together, and the ground was littered with broken human corpses that had died with grievances. Countless young human boys and girls were tied up like pigs, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. From time to time, naked handsome young men and women would walk up to those young men and women. They would grab one of them as if they were picking food. Then they would open their mouths and reveal their sharp canine teeth. They would fiercely bite the young men and women's necks and crazily devour their blood. Those handsome men and beautiful women were the vampires and the servants they had created. Vampires. Kindred was also a kind of formidable race. After every pure-blood kindred reached adulthood, they would possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Vampires, on the other hand, were pure-blood kindred who injected a drop of their blood into other life forms, infecting them and transforming them into their servants. Vampires transformed by pure-blood kindred had an extremely low status among kindred, and would be completely obedient to the pure-blood kindred who transformed them, without any power to resist. There were 2 ways for kindred to increase their strength. One was to slowly increase their strength over time. The other was to absorb the blood of life forms with a formidable soul. In Tyrannid subcontinent, their favorite food was human blood. The lifespan of kindred was also much longer than that of many other races. A lowly kindred, if nothing unexpected happened, could even live for several thousand years and slowly promote to a high-level kindred. Kindred was also a race that gave birth to handsome men and beautiful women. At that time, after Tsangji Plain's great warlocks conquered the plane of kindred, they treated kindred as pets and brought them back to Tsangji Plain. In Tyrannid subcontinent, because of this, there were kindred. For ordinary people, kindred and vampires were formidable and invincible existences. But for human warlocks, they weren't difficult to deal with. Because the infection of kindred was too strong, they were hunted down by humans in Tyrannid subcontinent, and could only hide in dark corners. It was extremely unusual for so many kindred to gather in Palmer City. Moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. A blonde, peerlessly handsome, slender young man, exuding a charming temperament that would kill both men and women, slowly walked to the center of the square that reeked of blood and obscenity. This young man was the only true blood kindred in Tyrandot subcontinent with great warlock rank strength, the kindred monarch. Behind the kindred monarch followed 25 high-level kindred. The 25 high-level kindred were handsome men and beautiful women, making it hard for people to shift their gazes away. Among kindred, low-level kindred were equivalent to level 1 human warlocks, intermediate kindred were equivalent to level 2 warlocks, advanced kindred were equivalent to level 3 warlocks, and true blood kindred were equivalent to human great warlocks. True blood vampires had already purified the blood in their bodies to a terrifying degree. In the eyes of some ancient kindred experts, only true blood kindred could be considered as their compatriots, while the rest of the kindred were just ants. True blood kindred could also produce a large number of low-level kindred by injecting their true blood into other life forms. Ordinary kindred could only produce vampires, and their reproduction method wasn't much different from that of humans. The young man walked to the center of the square and said in a loud voice, "My compatriots, my servants, I am your monarch, Rerit." Monarch! Long live the monarch! Long live the monarch! Earth-shaking cheers came from below the square. Everyone stared at the young man, their eyes brimming with fanaticism. We kindred were abducted from our homeland by the damned human warlocks and brought here. For the past 10,000 years, human warlocks have humiliated and hunted our compatriots, forcing us to flee like stray dogs. Now it's finally time for us to strike back. As long as I, your monarch, become the god of kindred, then I'll shelter you with supreme divine power. I'll turn the entire Tyrandot subcontinent into our divine country. Any human will become our rations, our livestock, our slaves. Now pray with all your might. I need your strength to help me ignite my godfire, become a true god, and shelter my race. Rerit spread his hands, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, and his imposing manner rose steadily. Countless moonlight sprinkled on his body, giving him a sacred aura. Mighty Lord Rerit, you're even more noble than the true ancestor. A sacred existence. Mighty Lord Rerit, you're the ruler of myriad races. You're the monarch of the night. You're the sower of fear. Mighty Lord Rerit, you're the monarch of blood. You're the invincible god of war. You're the god of death who controls life and death. Mighty Lord Rerit, we offer our most pious faith to you. Henceforth, after death, we'll return to your divine country. We'll become your shield, and resist all harm for you. We'll become your sword, and slash all enemies for you. Mighty Lord Rerit, may your divine country be held high, and become a star in the sky. In the center of the hall, neat and holy prayers rang out one after another. Many kindred respectfully took out Rerit's icons from their bosoms and placed them in front of them. Those icons were shrouded in a layer of dense faith power. I'll become the god of myriad races and shelter you. Rerit's eyes burned with the flames of raging ambition. He spread his hands, took a step forward, and bellowed towards the sky. Traces of faith power were extracted from Rerit's icons and entered Rerit's body. In the center of the venue, hundreds of thousands of kindred prostrated themselves on the ground and extremely piously recited prayers. Incomparably formidable faith power entered Rerit's body, causing his imposing manner to rise steadily. Suddenly, a golden flame condensed between Rerit's eyebrows. In a flash, his life force underwent a terrifying transformation, transforming into that of a star warlock. Rerit only felt an indescribable comfort from head to toe. His entire person underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Countless knowledge automatically became clear, and he laughed wildly. Haha, I've already ignited my godfire, and become a demigod. Who in Tyrandot subcontinent can still be my match? At this moment, the black clouds in the sky churned and surged, and the world became dark. A pitch-black spear shot out from the black clouds, tore through space and stabbed Rerit. No! Why is this happening? Rerit faced upwards and issued an incomparably mournful, heart-wrenching, and lung-splitting scream. Then, like an ant, his body crumbled inch by inch. Idiot, that's because the Tsangji plane doesn't allow people to become gods on their own. Rays of light distorted, and Yang Feng's figure appeared at once. He watched Rerit's body crumble inch by inch, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a complex glint as he slowly sighed. Gods were the most powerful beings in different planes. Compared to the warlock path, the god path had an incomparably huge advantage, and that was that they could live for a very long time. Even feeble divine force rank gods had a lifespan of millions of years. Chapter 186. No matter what kind of life form it was, once it ascended to become a true god, its lifespan would increase exponentially. At the very least, it would have a lifespan of millions of years. The most powerful warlocks who walked the warlock path, such as the first warlock dynasty's Time Lord, the second warlock dynasty's Taboo Lord, the third warlock dynasty's Demonic Divine Lord, the fourth warlock dynasty's Star Lord, the fifth warlock dynasty's Death Lord, the sixth warlock dynasty's Golem Lord, the seventh warlock dynasty's Magic Note Lord, and the eighth warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord. The 8 great warlocks were the most powerful human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. They founded the 8 great warlock dynasties and suppressed and conquered countless planes. However, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Their lifespans were exhausted, falling one after another, turning into piles of yellow earth. Some of the gods from the same era as the Lord of Time were still alive. The difference in lifespan between the two was enough to drive many humans crazy. The spear that pierced Rerit was the strongest secret treasure refined by the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, the god-murdering spear that had slain countless gods in Zhangji Plain's ancient gods. After the fall of the Time Lord, any creature that ignited their god fire on the Zhangji Plain would be killed by the god-slaying spear. No matter how powerful a warlock is, after they ignite their divine fire, they cannot resist a blow from the god-slayer spear. Only a small portion of people in Tyrannid subcontinent knew about this secret. Among them was the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Cheyenne. Dark Elven clan's cultivation method was diametrically opposed to that of human warlocks. If Cheyenne wanted to break through the legendary realm, she had to become a demigod. But in the Zhangji plane, once you promote to a demigod, you will be killed by the god-slaughtering spear. Therefore, she studied this deeply and came up with a way to break through the bottleneck. That was to lure others to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Then they would seize the opportunity to snatch the broken divine fire of the demigod of death, absorb the divinity within, and transform into a divine creature. No! After Rerit let out a blood-curdling scream, his body completely collapsed and was directly absorbed by the god-slaying spear. 3 golden points of divinity fell from Rerit's remains. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3 gold divinities. Stop! Die! The bodies of the 25 high-level Blood Clan members flickered and turned into streams of light as they flew toward the 3 golden divinities. They instinctively knew that the 3 golden divinities were top-notch items. You overestimate yourself. Kill them. Yang Feng ordered with a cold smile. Yes, Master. Cheyenne walked out of the shadow beside Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, pointed at the 25 advanced kindred, and said coldly, Divine Judgment. The level for divine spell Divine Judgment instantly erupted. Black rays of light filled with divine power shot out of Cheyenne's lily-white fingers and shone towards the 25 high-ranking vampires. The 25 high-level vampires let out miserable screams when they were illuminated by the black light. Blood flames erupted from their bodies and enveloped them, resisting the judgment of God's judgment. A Moffin mechanical demonic polar bear suddenly burrowed out of the ground and directly charged into the midst of the vampires and vampires. It waved its huge claws and slapped continuously, smashing the vampires and vampires into meat paste. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and a huge ice phoenix suddenly condensed and pounced towards the vampires and kindred. In the wake of the ice phoenix, ice and snow enveloped the land, and all the vampires were frozen into ice sculptures. The mechanical legion that had long been lying in ambush around the Palmer City also started to mobilize at full force, rushing towards the Palmer City. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to reach out and grab the 3 divinities. The 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's body as soon as they fell into his hands. All kinds of knowledge poured into Yang Feng's mind at once, nearly bursting his brain. The 3 divinities were respectively the divinity of massacre, the divinity of blood energy, and the divinity of fear. The 3 divinities contained a trace of knowledge of the laws of massacre, blood energy, and fear. Even if it was just a trace of knowledge of the laws, It was already extremely huge for Yang Feng, nearly bursting his mind. However, Yang Feng had already promoted to a level 2 warlock, and his physical constitution was extremely formidable. He forcibly accepted the huge amount of information. At the same time, the three divinities entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and respectively released the formidable divine energy of massacre, divine energy of blood, and divine energy of fear, slowly transforming Yang Feng's body and transforming him into a divine life form. The divine energy of massacre could enhance Yang Feng's massacre instinct. The divine energy of blood could allow Yang Feng to freely manipulate his own and even the enemy's blood, and the divine energy of fear could cause enemies to feel fear towards Yang Feng in battle and weaken their battle prowess. With Yang Feng's current strength as a level 2 warlock, once he encountered an army of ordinary people, he could directly urge the power of the divine energy of fear to cause the army of ordinary people to feel fear and collapse without a fight. The 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots lying in ambush in the Palmer city slaughtered their way into the city, and then with an unstoppable momentum, the kindred and vampires in the Palmer city were utterly routed and their blood flowed like rivers. This is the smell of divinity. Someone has just obtained divinity here. A black radiance descended from the sky and Cartman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, his gaze falling on Yang Feng. Being stared at by Cartman, Yang Feng felt as if he was a frog encountering a venomous snake. Instinctively, his whole body was brimming with fear. At this moment, the soul seed in Yang Feng's spirit sea, a dragon silhouette suddenly issued a roar. The blood inside him boiled and a proud and unyielding will erupted in a flash, dispelling part of the fear towards Cartman. A divine energy of fear erupted inside Yang Feng, absorbing the remaining fear and transforming it into his own power. Did you absorb the divinity here? What a waste of resources. A trifling level 2 warlock actually absorbed divinity, that's too wasteful. If I kill you now, I should be able to extract the divinity. Although there will be some losses, but there's nothing I can do about it. Cartman carelessly swept Yang Feng with a glance, then extended his hand and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic chi hand appeared and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Starry Sky Warlock. How come there's a Starry Sky Warlock here? Even though Yang Feng restrained his fear towards Cartman, but when faced with Cartman's attack, he still felt a sense of powerlessness. Among ordinary people, level 2 warlocks were already considered extremely powerful, but in front of Starry Sky Warlocks they were still as weak as ants. An azure light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level for spell Skyflower Water Curtain was launched, and countless water elemental particles formed a light curtain that firmly protected him. When the black demonic chi hand grabbed the Skyflower Water Curtain, it immediately crumbled and shattered. Starry Sky Warlock, this guy, he's a Starry Sky Warlock. Yang Feng gave a furious roar and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. The mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng's trump card, instantly flew out, flapped its wings and madly flew towards Cartman. The mechanical black dragon was refined from the corpse of the ancient black dragon Vedarnia. It was the most powerful among his mechanical battle beasts, with terrifying battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. It was his trump card and trump card. When the mechanical black dragon appeared, it swept its huge tail and, as if empty tie was pressing down, it directly slammed towards Cartman. A bit interesting. This alchemical golem has battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism. He gave a fierce roar, his figure shook, and he slammed his fist on the mechanical black dragon's tail. Boom! A terrifying blare sounded. The scales on the mechanical black dragon's tail exploded, and countless parts splashed about. Cartman was also sent flying tens of meters away from the huge blow, a trace of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yang Feng promptly tore apart a fixed teleportation scroll, and a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him in a flash. It's no use. In front of a devil emperor, any spatial magic is useless. Cartman smiled coldly and pointed at Yang Feng. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Yang Feng disappeared in an instant, and the scroll in his hand exploded into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Divine judgment. When they heard Yang Feng's call, the great warlocks who were slaughtering kindred rushed over. Without demur, Shaina cast the level for divine spell divine judgment. Streams of darkness divine power condensed into black divine light and madly shot towards Cartman. Divine judgment? It's pretty powerful. You're a pretty woman, very good, very suitable to be my childbearing machine. Cartman smiled faintly, then erupted with boundless demonic chi, which formed a demonic force shield. The streams of divine judgment divine light shone on the magic power shield, issuing sizzling sounds, yet were unable to penetrate the magic power shield. Cheyenne's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. You're not Eyes of Justice's Atchison, who the hell are you? Dephilia's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. She could feel the terrifying life force exuding from Cartman, the terrifying life force of the legendary Starry Sky Warlock rank. Cartman glanced at the void and said loftily, I'm the Demon Emperor Cartman from the Demonist Plane. You lowly humans, if you submit to me, then I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Even those women who are hiding at the side are no exception. Chapter 187. Where Cartman's gaze swept, light distorted and Carolina slowly walked out. She stood beside Yang Feng and stared at Cartman, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of graveness. Yang Feng was very clear that Tyrannid's subcontinent's situation was unstable. In order to obtain such a precious treasure as divinity, he had no choice but to personally set out with his true body. But before coming out, he had also gathered the strongest experts he could muster. The combination of Carolina, Cheyenne and Dephilia, the three great warlocks, was enough to deal with any Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlocks. Even if Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's experts set up an ambush, they could still protect Yang Feng and break through the encirclement. But they never would have thought that they would actually encounter a demigod rank expert like Cartman. Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor. That's a demon comparable to a feeble divine force rank god. The pretty complexions of Carolina and the other two women changed, their hearts brimming with shock. If it was an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock or even a slightly weaker Starry Sky Warlock, then Carolina and the other two plus Yangfeng's more than a dozen level for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts could still put up a fight. But the Demon Emperor's avatar comparable to a god, even if it only possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, its understanding of power and combat understanding was still far from what Carolina and the other two women could compare to. The reason why Cartman was able to casually interrupt Yang Feng's level for fixed teleportation scroll was because his control over power and space had reached an unimaginably terrifying realm. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint and he said respectfully, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor Cartman, I am Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng. It's not impossible for us to submit to you. Please show us your invincible strength. Only then will you be able to convince us and make us willingly serve you. Cartman gave a complacent smile as if a cat playing with a mouse and said, You're Steel City's Yang Feng? Aha, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Tell me, how do you want me to show my strength? Defeat all of you? Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled. I have a few of the best puppets refined by Steel City. I heard that the demon race has tyrannical physical bodies and dual cultivators. If your Majesty can completely destroy these peak puppets with your physical body, then Steel City is willing to serve you. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. 2 Amani Lightwing Icebirds, 2 Kalaman Boas, 1 Buman Hurricane Wolf, 1 Fire Lion, plus the mechanical black dragon in the sky. A total of 7 level, 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of him. Cartman swept a glance at the 7 mechanical battle beasts and said with a slight smile, Interesting, your Steel City's alchemy is really impressive. You can actually refine so many mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms. Alright, I promise you that I'll show you how powerful I am. Demons had always been proud of their tyrannical physical bodies. For the Demon Emperor Cartman, the 7 level, 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts were just a small inconvenience. As long as he expended a bit of strength, then he would be able to tear the 7 mechanical battle beasts into pieces. He didn't have to worry about anything. Yang Feng said with a respectful expression, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your strength is unparalleled. I'm just a trifling level 2 warlock. If I were to watch the fight from such a close distance, then I'm afraid that a casual punch from you would kill me. Please allow me to retreat by 20 kilometers and watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. Cartman had a ridiculing expression and said with a faint smile, "All right, I'll allow you to watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. A distance of 20 kilometers was nothing for Cartman. Furthermore, with his strength, as long as Yang Feng wanted to cast a spatial spell to escape, then he could casually break it. Yang Feng secretly heaved a slight sigh of relief. Full of vigilance, he retreated to a distance of 20 kilometers with Carolina and the other experts, and then stopped, not making any unusual movements. Cartman revealed a trace of a smile and looked at the 7 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, his gaze in particular falling on the mechanical black dragon. Cartman was confident that he could defeat the siege of Carolina and the other women as well as the level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. However, facing the siege of so many experts, if he was even slightly careless, then he would be injured, and there was even a trace of a possibility of failure. After all, Carolina was Rose Garden's master. She had a semi-divine armament and countless trump cards. Cheyenne was also a believer of the goddess Lolth. Once she went all out, she could even display Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. The mechanical black dragon was a terrifying existence comparable to a Starry Sky Warlock in close combat. Now, Cartman only had to dispose of the 7 level, for extraordinary life form rank alchemical golems, and then deal with Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng and his party definitely wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The mechanical black dragon gave a shrill cry, flapped its wings and soared straight into the sky. Its propulsion furnace was fully activated, and a terrifying Starry Sky Warlock rank strength erupted in a flash. Urged with all its might, the mechanical black dragon could erupt with Starry Sky Warlock rank strength for 1 minute. This eruption was extremely harmful to its body, and was the mechanical black dragon's strongest trump card. The 6 mechanical battle beasts suddenly erupted and pounced at Cartman. "Idiot, shatter!" Cartman sneered, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds. Demonic light flickered on his palms, and he patted the heads of the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds. Suddenly, Cartman's complexion changed, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. The 2 nuclear warheads hidden inside the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds exploded in a flash, and terrifying light and heat engulfed Cartman. Practically at the same time, the 4 mechanical battle beasts, 2 Kalaman boa, 1 Bunman hurricane wolf and 1 fire lion, also detonated the nuclear warheads inside them in a split second. 6 terrifying mushroom clouds rose into the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Incomparably violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Dusky clouds of radiation covered the sky, and dust rose from the ground. It was a scene of the end of the world. The hundreds of thousands of kindred and vampires in the Palmer City, as well as Yang Feng's 200,000 mechanical legion's primary battle robots, were engulfed by the nuclear explosions, and were completely annihilated. "He's still not dead. Quickly get rid of him. Don't give him a chance to recover, or else, the ones to die in the future will be us." The mushroom clouds of the nuclear explosions had yet to disperse, when Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed, and he said sternly, from the mechanical black dragon's extremely powerful scanning system, Yang Feng saw that in the center of the nuclear explosions, there was an extremely dilapidated black cocoon, emitting extremely formidable fluctuations of power. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and opened a portal. She, Carolina, and Cheyenne entered the portal, and then appeared in front of the black cocoon. Saint Rose Great Radiance Purification. Carolina's entire body shone with a holy white radiance, as if a goddess of light. She raised the semi-divine armament Rose Divine Mirror, and aimed it at the black cocoon. An extremely pure divine light shot out from the Rose Divine Mirror, and shone on the black cocoon. The originally dilapidated black cocoon, under the illumination of the pure divine light, collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, Cartman's extremely mournful screams were transmitted. "Disintegrate." Before Cheyenne promoted to a high priestess, she was a legend wizard among the dark elves. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and cast the level, for instant death spell Disintegrate. A disintegration ray fell on the black magic cocoon. the black magic cocoon instantly disintegrated and completely shattered, revealing Cartman inside the black magic cocoon. At this moment, Cartman's hands had already been blown away, one of his eyes was blind, and his whole body was badly mutilated. One could even see the eerie white bones and squirming internal organs. Despite this, he still hadn't died. Demonic chi coiled around him, and he slowly recovered. His body was covered with the remains of the semi-divine armament white elephant armor. Obviously, it was this semi-divine armament that had saved his life. Carolina and the other two women were shocked when they saw this scene. The nuclear warhead's might, when detonated at close range, was equivalent to a Moonlight Warlock's all-out strike, and could kill an unguarded Starry Sky Warlock. Cartman, who had fallen into Yang Feng's trap, was hit by 6 nuclear warheads, yet he still hadn't died. His strength and terror could be well imagined. "You're all going to die." A voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell spat out from Cartman's mouth, which exposed his gums and was extremely terrifying. Cartman opened his mouth, and a demonic light shot out, directly piercing through Carolina's life force cover. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying several tens of meters away. Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. Dephilia's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and pointed with her lily-white finger. Suddenly, countless ice auras condensed into a 30-meter-long ice phoenix, and pounced towards Cartman. Wherever the ice phoenix passed, countless ice fragments scattered in the air. It was clear that the moisture in the air was instantly frozen into ice beads. In a flash, the ice phoenix pounced on Cartman, and directly froze half of his body. Cartman turned his remaining eye and glanced at Dephilia. Suddenly, a magical radiance flickered in his eyes. "Mom!" As if she had seen the most terrifying thing in her life, Dephilia screamed, fell to the ground, rolled around in pain, and started crying loudly like a weak and helpless little girl. Mage's disjunction. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She cast the level 4 destruction spell Mage's disjunction, and a ray of disjunction shot towards Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth, and ejected a black tongue that collided with the ray of disjunction. The black tongue was directly disintegrated, and the Mage's disjunction was also broken. Chapter 188. Cartman's figure shook, and he suddenly appeared in front of Cheyenne, before kicking at her. Wall of darkness. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and the semi-divine armament dark scepter in her hand blossomed with black divine radiance. The black divine radiance interweaved and condensed, forming a wall shrouded in darkness. Boom! Cartman kicked the arm guard of darkness, causing the arm guard of darkness to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on it. Cheyenne's beautiful face turned pale. It was the first time that she had seen someone seriously injure her wall of darkness with a single blow. At this moment, a peerlessly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, suddenly flew down, and whipped at Cartman with its enormous tail. Bang! Cartman was whipped by the mechanical black dragon, and was sent flying before crashing into the ground. Suddenly, grotesque radiation tumors emerged on his body, causing him to issue extremely painful and sorrowful howls. The heavy radiation from the nuclear explosion not only heavily injured Cartman, but also caused his body to undergo a tremendous change. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters abruptly flew out from the clouds, loaded with Gauss machine cannons as they frantically swept towards Cartman. Under the bombardment of the densely packed Gauss cannons, Cartman screamed endlessly with blood splattering all over his body. A mammoth heavy-duty bomber loaded with all kinds of bombs dropped from the sky, before ferociously crashing into Cartman's location. With a loud bang, the mammoth heavy-duty bomber instantly self-detonated, and a small mushroom cloud rose once again. According to the analysis of the Portable Fortified Strongholds intelligent computer, the might of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber self-detonation was comparable to that of an offensive spell cast by a great warlock. However, the flying speed of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber was too slow. In actual combat, it was basically unable to hit a great warlock. Cartman was truly formidable to the extreme. Even though he was hit by the mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation, he still didn't die. He merely spouted a large mouthful of black demonic blood, endured the pain and shot away from his location. If he dared to stay in place, then the countless mechanical legions would definitely blow him up. Icebound fetters. When Dephilia saw this scene, a strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took out the legendary secret treasure ice snow box, opened it, and silently chanted an incantation, pointing at Cartman. 2 streams of white cold air shot out of the ice and snow box and flew to Cartman's feet like chains, instantly sealing his legs in ice. Cartman was greatly alarmed and struggled with all his might. Countless demonic energy gushed out and shattered the ice under his feet. The 3 mammoth heavy-duty bombers dropped down once more, slamming into Cartman's body and exploding. 3 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, blasting Cartman into a bloody mess. Another huge crack appeared on the remains of the semi-divine armament white elephant armor on his body. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon had finished accumulating energy. It opened its bloody mouth and shot a dragon breath cannon at Cartman. The mechanical black dragon's most powerful dragon breath cannon instantly vaporized Cartman's lower body, causing him to scream once again. "You damned human ants, how dare you injure me? I will never let you off. Wait until I recover from my injuries. Then it will be your doomsday. I will capture you one by one and torture you endlessly day and night for 500 years. Cartman uttered an extremely vicious curse. What remained of his lower body turned into a black ray of light and fled into the distance. Cartman was already seriously injured after the continuous attacks from Yongfeng and his party. If he didn't flee, then only death would await him. With great difficulty, Cartman had managed to send an embodiment to the Zhangji plane. He still had to rely on the embodiment's power to truly open the planar passageway and consolidate it, allowing his true body to descend from the demonis to the outside world. He naturally wouldn't let his embodiment fall so quickly. Just as Cartman fled, a figure blocked his escape route. The legendary dagger, Kiss of the Damned, easily pierced into Cartman's body. 12 types of curses erupted in an instant, causing Cartman to let out another blood-cursing scream. Cartman's body was stabbed by Romulaj's sneak attack. Having lost his hands and feet, he opened his mouth and sprayed a black ray of light that blasted into Romulaj's tender body. As if a broken rag doll, Romulaj fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. With Cartman's paws, the countless Gauss cannons in the sky at once bombarded him, causing him to spit blood again and again. Cartman glared hatefully at Romulaj. Withstanding the 12 kinds of curses of Kiss of the Damned, he turned into a black ray of light and flew towards Eyes of Justice's headquarters. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said solemnly, "We must kill him. If we let him recover, then we'll be in danger." Cartman fell into Yang Feng's trap and was seriously injured by the 6 nuclear warheads. Then, he was besieged by Carolina and the other 2 peak great warlocks as well as the mechanical black dragon. Under such circumstances, he was still able to seriously injure Carolina and Romulaj. His strength was simply beyond Yang Feng's imagination. After Carolina coughed out a mouthful of blood, she said lightly, "All right, heal me." Cheyenne silently chanted an incantation and pointed at Carolina. She instantly cast the level for divine spell, Great Healing. Rays of divine light fell on Carolina's body and quickly healed her internal and external injuries. Although Carolina was also proficient in healing spells, but in terms of healing effects, the High Priestess Cheyenne who used divine power was still more formidable. Yang Feng waved his hand and a lightning supersonic fighter descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Carolina and the other 3 women jumped lightly into the cabin of the lightning supersonic fighter. The flying speed of the lightning supersonic fighter couldn't compare to the flying speed of Carolina and the others when casting spells at full strength. However, that was only for short-distance flights. In terms of long-distance flights, the lightning supersonic fighter was definitely a notch better. The lightning supersonic fighter took off in a flash and madly chased after Cartman at full speed. "I should also do what I should do." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. He put on a helmet and began to issue a series of orders. The 1 million level, 8 primary battle robots stationed in St. Colin City entered the dimensional personnel carriers one after another. The dimensional personnel carriers then quickly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft suddenly took off, and under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, moved towards Eyes of Justice. The Level 4 humanoid robots that couldn't enter the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters quickly assembled, and then rushed towards Eyes of Justice. A large number of dimensional personnel carriers filled with high-energy crystals followed beside the humanoid robots, ready to replenish their energy at any time. 800,000 level, 8 primary battle robots of various types walked out of Giant Stone City and boarded the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft as they moved towards Eyes of Justice. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the ground of Giant Stone City split open and an enormous sphere with a diameter of 500 meters flew out of Giant Stone City. That enormous sphere was covered with all kinds of thick cannons and equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that it was an incomparably ferocious war-fortified stronghold. This enormous sphere floating in the air was the most powerful weapon Yang Feng currently possessed, the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold. Shortly after the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out, another Level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out. Yang Feng had made a total of 3 Level 1 portable fortified strongholds. He had made up his mind that if he couldn't survive in Tyrannid subcontinent, then he would flee to another place. Now that he had mobilized 2 Level 1 portable fortified strongholds and exposed his trump card, he decided to get rid of Cartman in one fell swoop. At the very least, he would eliminate all of Cartman's subordinates in Tyrannid subcontinent. After the 2 armed mobile strongholds took off, they quickly flew in the direction of Eyes of Justice's nest. Under the pursuit of the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters dispatched by Yang Feng, Cartman cut a sorry figure as he fled. The legendary dagger kiss of the damned that was stabbed into his body would erupt with curses from time to time, causing him unbearable pain and abruptly reducing his speed. Then, he would be overtaken by the lightning supersonic fighters. Moreover, the legendary dagger kiss of the damned would always emit a peculiar fluctuation of curses that even Cartman couldn't conceal. It was also impossible for Cartman to pull out the kiss of the damned. Once he pulled out the kiss of the damned due to his lack of strength, then he would be captured without putting up a fight. If the legendary dagger kiss of the damned hadn't been stabbed into Cartman's body, then by relying on his ability, he would have already quietly escaped from Yang Feng and his party's pursuit. Cartman didn't have any leeway to choose. He could only madly flee towards Eyes of Justice's direction. The chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, before Cartman finally erupted and directly fled into Eyes of Justice's territory. Your Majesty! As soon as Cartman entered Eyes of Justice, his 8 subordinates brought more than 100 level 3 warlock-ranked demon experts to greet Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth and inhaled. The more than 100 advanced demon generals with battle prowess comparable to level 3 warlock rank exploded one after another, turning into mists of blood that entered his mouth. The 8 great warlock-ranked demon commanders stood respectfully to the side, watching everything with indifference. Among demons, the strong were revered. A demon emperor like Cartman, even more so, regarded his subordinates as pigs and dogs. Only a demon commander rank expert would make him slightly attach importance to them. As for advanced demon generals, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Chapter 189. After Cartman absorbed the flesh essence and souls of more than 100 advanced demon generals, his complexion at once became a lot ruddier. Flesh sprouted from his lower limbs, and with a pop 2 tender and long legs grew out. Cartman said coldly, "Immediately bring those human captives over." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded respectfully and quickly retreated. Before long, countless humans were herded into the square where Cartman's giant statue was located by the demons as if they were pigs and dogs. After Cartman took control of Eyes of Justice, he released a bit of a rumor and deceived countless humans who attempted to join Eyes of Justice into Eyes of Justice's lair. The number of humans who had become demon captives reached as high as 1,300,000. When Cartman saw the densely packed humans, his eyes flashed with a touch of a smile. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A strange and terrifying suction force instantly shrouded the human captives. "Ah! Help!" Amidst blood-curdling screams, the densely packed humans exploded in an instant. A mixture of blood, flesh and souls entered Cartman's mouth. along with the continuous absorption of the human's flesh and souls. His severed hands quickly grew back and his aura rose steadily. Boom! 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 Just as Cartman was enjoying himself, a series of explosions rang out from Eyes of Justice's lair. A demon commander said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already killed their way outside and is currently attacking us." Cartman said impatiently, "You guys go out at once and destroy Steel City's Mechanical Legion?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded with great respect. With a sway of their figures, they quickly flew away. At this moment, apart from Eyes of Justice's forbidden area, everywhere had already turned into a sea of fire. Under Yang Feng's order, the mammoth heavy-duty bombers were loaded with massive amounts of white phosphorus incendiary bombs and threw them into Eyes of Justice. Eyes of Justice turned into a sea of fire, with countless demons, demon generals, and other demons howling mournfully in the sea of fire. A demon commander saw the countless demon humans and demon generals wailing in the flames, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "His Majesty has ordered everyone to follow me out and kill everyone in the City of Steel. Kill them all. Kill them all." The eyes of the brave and ruthless Devil Cultivator S and demon generals were all scarlet red, and they let out angry roars. Their morale was raised to the extreme, and they followed the 8 demon commanders out of the Eyes of Justice. More than 1,000,000 demon experts passed through the planar path. Many of them had grotesque appearances and were shrouded in demonic energy. They followed the 8 demon commanders to Eyes of Justice like ants. The 8 great demon commanders had just led countless demon armies to the Eye of Justice, when missiles carrying nuclear warheads fell from the sky, directly falling towards the Eye of Justice. Boom! 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 Without waiting for the 8 demon commanders to act, the dozens of nuclear warheads detonated. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and endless light and heat engulfed the 8 demon commanders as well as the demons around them in a flash. Mountains collapsed and the earth split, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even the forbidden area of Eyes of Justice's headquarters, which was the most heavily guarded, was completely engulfed by the terrifying nuclear explosions. The 1,000,000 humans who had been captured by the demons were also engulfed by the endless light and heat from the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. Cartman had already recovered part of his strength, but he was completely engulfed by the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. His hands and feet, which had just grown back, instantly turned into ashes. More than half of the mountain range where Eyes of Justice's headquarters was located had collapsed due to the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. The explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads had caused the 8 great warlock-ranked demon commanders to be insta-killed without being able to display the slightest bit of their strength. Dephilia couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of cold air when she saw that Eyes of Justice's headquarters had completely disappeared and the mountain range had collapsed. She exclaimed, "What a terrifying weapon! The might of such a weapon is too terrifying." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She smiled but didn't say anything. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she said faintly, "I finally understand why he doesn't rashly use this weapon. This powerful weapon has a huge weakness." Dephilia promptly asked, "What weakness?" Romulage also pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Carolina said with a smile, "This weapon has to explode in order to display its terrifying might. So long as the carrier of this weapon is sealed before the explosion, or it is transferred to another place using a teleportation spell, then it won't have any power. If handled well, then it can be used to deal with its original owner." Yang Feng walked over from the side and said with a slight smile, "That's right. As expected of Carolina, your eyes are sharp. The greatest weakness of this weapon is that it's hard to hit the enemy. If it encounters a targeted spell, then it will instead become a sharp weapon in the hands of the enemy." The Zhangji Plains human warlocks had conquered many planes, absorbed the knowledge of countless different planes and created countless strange spells. Among the level for spells, there were sealing spells, teleportation spells and many other targeted spells. Sealing spells could directly seal missiles carrying nuclear warheads, while teleportation spells could instead teleport missiles carrying nuclear warheads to Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. The nuclear warheads would then explode in the midst of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. When attacking Eyes of Justice's headquarters, Yang Feng first bombarded it to probe the reaction of Eyes of Justice's demons. Only then did he decisively launch dozens of nuclear warheads, directly razing Eyes of Justice's demon lair to the ground. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of horror and he exclaimed, "That guy still hasn't died. What kind of freak is he? Why is his life force so tenacious?" From the mechanical Black Dragon's energy scanning system, Yang Feng could clearly sense that there were fluctuations of life being emitted from the center of the nuclear explosion. Carolina promptly said, "From this life force, he should have been seriously injured and his strength should have dropped to an extremely low level. Let's go take a look." Carolina, Cheyenne and Dephilia's figures shook, and they rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, Carolina smoothly grabbed Yang Feng, and as if carrying a cargo, rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. The center of the nuclear explosion was heavily contaminated with radiation. If an ordinary person were to enter such an area, they would definitely be courting death and would suffer from the radiation. But Carolina and the other two were great warlocks. Their bodies were comparable to extraordinary life forms and they didn't fear the radiation. Only if they were hit by a nuclear warhead at close range would their life force be destroyed. Then the radiation would invade their bodies and disgusting radiation tumors would grow. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Cartman, who had lost his hands and feet and was blind in one eye, was still struggling in pain. He had only half of his body left and his demonic chi had collapsed. But his aura was already far from being as formidable and invincible as it was the first time he saw him. The damaged Cartman stared fixedly at Yang Feng and his party, his eyes brimming with resentment, and he said while stressing each syllable, "You ants, you dare to injure the clone of the mighty demon Emperor Cartman. The mighty demon Emperor Cartman won't let you off. This world's human warlocks have already declined and the era of our demon race is coming. The entire Zhongji Plain has our demon race planar passageways. This is just one of them. What you killed today was just an insignificant clone of Cartman. So long as my clone dies, a curse will befall you. As long as you're less than 10,000 kilometers away, my true body will sense your existence, descend to your side and kill you all. If you're tactful, then surrender to me now. Wait for my true body to descend, then I'll naturally give you great benefits, allowing you to break through your bottleneck and promote to Starry Sky Warlocks." When Carolina and the other two heard that, their eyebrows creased slightly and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of dread. They could clearly sense the truth in Cartman's words. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a huge syringe, stepped forward and fiercely stabbed Cartman with it, forcibly extracting a vial of pitch-black demonic blood from Cartman's body. Although Cartman's avatar was Atchison's body, but what flowed within it was Cartman's demonic blood. Only the true demonic blood comparable to a god's could allow a great warlock to directly promote to a demigod. Begin analysis. The blood is a blood sample of a level 12 life form. According to the Zhongji Plain's classification of ranks, it should be a Moonlight Warlock rank expert. According to the other plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Feeble Divine Force rank expert. Continue the analysis. According to the analysis, to completely analyze the blood, it would take 30 years to use only the computing power of a single optical computer. 2 optical computers would take 15 years, 3 optical computers would take 10 years. How many optical computers would it take to use the computing power? Yang Feng created 3 portable fortified strongholds, each of which had 3 optical computers. The computing power and analytical power of each optical computer was more than 100 times that of the combined computing power of all the computers on Earth. Yang Feng thought for a moment and then made a choice. First, use the computing power of one of the optical computers to analyze. Yang Feng needed the computing power of the optical computers on his path of cultivation, such as analyzing elixirs, constructing spell models, analyzing all kinds of spell models and so on. Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to analyze Cartman's blood. After all, he only had the cultivation of a level 2 warlock at present. After extracting Cartman's demonic blood, Yang Feng injected a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Cartman's body. Chapter 190. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Cartman's body, they only lasted for less than a second before being killed by Cartman's formidable demonic blood. Not a single one remaining. Cartman said with a cold smile. You want to use poison to control me? It's no use. My true body is the Demonus Plains Demon Emperor. I'm fundamentally different from you ants. My true body is a formidable being comparable to a god. The poison of you ants can't control me. Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Cartman and silently asked within, can I control the life form through the liquid metal nanorobots? From the analysis of the information transmitted by the liquid metal nanorobots, the life form's blood possesses an extremely strong power. Foreign objects are basically unable to fuse or invade it. Unless the blood is completely analyzed, otherwise, it's impossible to manufacture the liquid metal nanorobot elixir to control the life form. Yang Feng suddenly asked Carolina next to him. Carolina, does his true body know what happened to his avatar here? Carolina gave a bitter smile and said, I also don't know. In our Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge about God's avatars is very scarce. After all, it has been nearly 10,000 years since anyone from our Tyrannid subcontinent went to explore other planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, there were very few great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent who would go explore other planes. Exploring other planes was very dangerous. Once one entered a plane like the Demonus plane, human warlocks would most likely be caught and eaten by demons. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank expert who entered a plane like the Demonus plane, they would also die if they were the slightest bit careless. Additionally, demons manipulated eyes of justice to continuously and silently erase that knowledge, resulting in fewer and fewer people knowing about other planes' divine and demonic knowledge. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the two women, Dephilia and Cheyenne. The two of them shook their heads slightly, clearly not knowing about this knowledge. I do know a thing or two about this knowledge. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone's complexions changed and they looked towards the direction from which the voice came. They saw a handsome young man dressed in a white gown that was 70% similar to China's ancient Hanfu, with the temperament of a scion of an influential family, and an extraordinary grandeur unhurriedly walk over from the side with a smile on his face. Yang Feng couldn't help but inwardly criticize. This guy is really handsome. If he were to come to Earth, then Earth's male stars would lose their jobs. The young man with the temperament of a scion of an influential family said with a gentle and courteous smile, I'm Kong Fong Ao. I'm from the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty. I received information that a demonic calamity would break out here, so I specially came to suppress it. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor's avatar to be suppressed by all of you. All of you are really amazing. People from the continent. Carolina and the other women's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Kong Fangao with a trace of respect. The main continent on the other side of the Sea of Monsters was the cultivation holy land that all warlocks yearned for even in their dreams. Human warlocks with the ability to overturn rivers and seas, to enslave gods and fiends were basically all gathered in the main continent. If it wasn't for the Sea of Monsters being extremely dangerous, then Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses would have already left for the main continent. Yang Feng introduced, I'm Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng. This is Snow White Madame Dephilia. This is Rose Garden's Master Carolina. And this is the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Cheyenne. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Feng asked directly, Kong Fong Ao. Can this guy's clone share the perception of his true body? Kong Fong Ao smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, when powerful beings from other planes descend to the Zhangji plane, they will generally use projections, clones, and the like. Because most of the planar passageways are unstable, the more powerful the being, the more difficult it is to pass through the planar passageway. If a projection descends to this plane, then it will split off a trace of the powerful being's consciousness. Once the projection is taken back, then the powerful being will know everything that happened to the projection on this plane. If the projection is destroyed, then the true body won't suffer any harm. Clones are beings condensed from a part of the powerful being's soul. They are integrated with the powerful being's true body. Anything that happens to the clone, the true body will be able to sense it. Every time an avatar is killed, the true body will be harmed. Clones are beings formed from a part of the true body, such as blood, limbs, divinity, and other things that contain the true body's power and mysteries, as well as a trace of consciousness and other beings. The consciousness of the clone and the true body are relatively independent. Everything that happens to the clone must be taken back by the true body. Only then will the true body know. This Cartman is obviously a clone of the demon Emperor Cartman that descended to this world. As long as he hasn't returned to his true body, everything that happens here will basically not be sensed by the demon Emperor Cartman. After hearing Kong Fong Ao's explanation, the complexions of Carolina and the other women became slightly better. Kong Fong Ao added another sentence. However, there are no absolutes in all things. If this doppelganger had mastered some strange secret treasures or some strange spells, and the demon Emperor Cartman used some secret techniques, he might be able to sense everything that was happening here at the same time. After all, the Demonis plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, not one bit inferior to the Zhangji plane. The Demonis demon Emperor rank experts are already equivalent to the feeble divine force rank gods of other planes. Their divine abilities are so great that they are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, I originally planned to capture him and use him as an experimental material for research. In this case, I can't let him stay. Yang Feng said somewhat regretfully and clapped his hands. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon opened its huge mouth, and a dragon breath cannon descended from the sky and blasted the demon Emperor Cartman, directly blasting the clone into ashes. Yang Feng gave a forthright smile and invited, Kong Fong Ao, how about coming to my St. Colin city for a chat? I'll be the host and treat you to a drink. Kong Fong Ao said with a smile, of course I wouldn't dare. On the top floor of St. Colin city's most luxurious restaurant, Yang Feng and Kong Fong Ao were enjoying Tyrannid subcontinent's top delicacies, while talking about the local customs. Kong Fong Ao came from the main continent's famous aristocratic family. His experience was extremely rich, and he was extremely talkative, benefiting Yang Feng a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Kong Fong Ao pondered for a while and said, Brother Yang, I can vaguely feel a trace of Black Dragon's blood meridian fluctuations in your body. Have you transplanted Black Dragon's blood meridians and cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration and he said, That's right. Before Yang Feng used a spell, even a peak great warlock like Carolina would find it difficult to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. Kong Fong Ao had only drunk with him once, yet he was already able to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. This kind of knowledge was simply shocking. Kong Fong Ao's eyes flashed with a touch of regret and he sighed. Brother Yang, with your outstanding talent, how could you cultivate such an inferior secret method like Black Dragon Morph? After all, this Black Dragon Morph secret method only has 5 layers. After barely cultivating it to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there's no way forward. Yang Feng was suddenly somewhat speechless. The Black Dragon Morph secret method was the core secret method of Black Dragon Pagoda, one of the 6 great warlock groups in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng was speechless that such a powerful secret method was rated as an inferior secret method by Kong Fong Ao. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, Black Dragon Morph can be cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. It should be regarded as a relatively powerful secret method. How could it be an inferior secret method? My Zhangji plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. In the past, the 7 great warlock emperors of the human race suppressed the universe and conquered countless planes. For what reason did gods, fiends, and devils serve as the lackeys of my human race? It's naturally because of the supreme strength of my human warlocks. My Zhangji plane's warlocks are divided into Level 1 Warlock, Level 2 Warlock, Level 3 Warlock, Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, Bright World Warlock, Infinity Warlock, Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor. Starry Sky Warlock rank is merely the 5th class. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll be able to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. As for the Moonlight Warlock rank, it's somewhat difficult. Kong Fong Ao smiled faintly, his words brimming with confidence. Carolina was already considered a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, And she also had the support of Rose Garden's massive resources. Carolina was already regarded as a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, and she had the support of Rose Garden's huge amount of resources. Even such a genius didn't have the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock before her death. The difficulty of promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock could be imagined. Kong Fong Ao had the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at the age of 27. In Tyrannid subcontinent, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng now understood why those Starry Sky Warlocks never came back after leaving Tyrannid subcontinent. That was because the main continent's resources and opportunities weren't something that Tyrannid subcontinent could compare to. If the main continent was a sea, then Tyrannid subcontinent was just a small quagmire. If one wanted to become a true dragon, then one had to go to the sea. If one stayed in the small quagmire, then one could at most become the thickest of loaches. Kong Fong Ao said lightly, "The Black Dragon Morph is a secret method passed down from the Second Warlock Dynasty. This ancient Blood Meridian secret method is already outdated. If one wants to practice cultivation to the level of Taboo Lord, then one needs a huge amount of Aurum Clan's blood essence. The Aurum Clan has already been wiped out by Taboo Lord, so this path is basically a dead end." Yang Feng smiled bitterly. He knew that it was easy to start on the Blood Meridian Warlock path, but extremely difficult to promote later on. However, his soul aptitude was merely at inferior level 1, so he could only walk on the Blood Meridian Warlock path. If it was on the main continent, then perhaps there would be countless secret methods and resources that could solve Yang Feng's low soul aptitude. But there were no ifs. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were no resources or secret methods that could allow people with inferior level 1 soul aptitude to practice cultivation. He had no choice at that time. Kong Fong Ao said, "Moreover, you also absorb divinity. That's simply a difference on top of a difference." Divinity was indeed a good treasure. It contained endless knowledge and a trace of the mysteries of laws. It was a first-rate material used to refine semi-divine armaments, as well as a necessity for practicing cultivation and promoting to a god. But in the Zhangji Plain there was the god-murdering spear. Any expert that vainly attempted to ignite their godfire would only end up dead. Although the divinity inside your body can make your strength advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, but when you attack the Starry Sky Warlock rank and undergo a soul transformation, the divinity will definitely be the most frightening obstacle blocking your evolution. Moreover, along with your continuous practice, your strength will continue to increase, and the divinity will slowly transform you into a divine life form. After you promote to a great warlock, no one will be able to help you anymore. Yang Feng was secretly alarmed. After he absorbed the 3 divinity, his strength had skyrocketed. He had always been complacent, thinking that he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. But he never would have thought that the 3 divinity would actually be a terrifying slow-acting poison for him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness. This is the consequence of insufficient knowledge. If I had known about it, then I wouldn't have personally come to devour the divinity. Yang Feng asked solemnly, "Brother Kong, is there no other way?" Kong Fong Ao said, "It's not that there isn't a way. You're currently a level 2 warlock. If you go to the main continent, then ask a Moonlight Warlock rank expert to take action. They can extract the divinity inside you. However, in that way you won't be able to preserve the divinity inside you. Furthermore, after the divinity is extracted, your strength will also drop greatly. In addition, you can find some heaven and earth treasures, such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead, the Life Embodiment Bead, the Immortal Mark Embodiment Lotus Root, and such peerless embodiment treasures. You can transplant your blood meridians and divinity to form a new embodiment, and then put the new embodiment into another plane's god, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, peerless embodiment treasures such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead are extremely rare. Even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts and above would go crazy for them. Even in the main continent, they're rare and hard to find. You can forget about this method." Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he said, "Brother Kong, tell me about the characteristics of these treasures such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead. I can also send people to pay attention to them. Maybe there are such treasures in the Tyrannid subcontinent. I still have a bit of influence in the Tyrannid subcontinent." "Alright, Kong Fong Ao was very straightforward. He pointed with his hand, a magic screen flickered, and images of legendary treasures appeared in front of Yang Feng. This is the true mystic embodiment bead. Kong Fong Ao pointed at the images of the treasures and introduced them to Yang Feng. Yang Feng stared at the life embodiment bead and suddenly felt excited. The life embodiment bead. This bead is similar to the green bead I got from Gloom Cave. Chapter 191. The life embodiment bead was a treasure Yang Feng obtained from Gloom Cave's headquarters via the planar passageway. Yang Feng didn't know what kind of treasure the life embodiment bead was, but he still carefully wore it on his chest. Now that he knew that this was a treasure that even glorious Dawn Warlocks would go crazy for, he was filled with ecstasy. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance and he said solemnly, "Brother Kong, can you teach me the method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment?" Kong Fong Ao hesitated for a moment. "I know the rules. According to the rules between warlocks, a corresponding price must be paid in exchange for secret methods and knowledge. This is a mechanical golem comparable to a level for extraordinary life form. Do you think it's enough to exchange for the secret method?" Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a fire demonic lion mechanical battle beast suddenly appeared, exuding terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a great warlock. Kong Fong Ao said with an apologetic expression, "This secret method isn't anything special. It is taught in some mid-level sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, when I was practicing cultivation in the sect, I made an oath that I would never teach the knowledge taught by the sect to others without the permission of the sect. Therefore, I'm very sorry, but I can't teach you the secret method." Yang Feng suddenly had a disappointed expression, lowered his head, and sank into his thoughts. Kong Fong Ao comforted him. "However, Brother Yang, if you come to the continent, I can give you a letter of recommendation and recommend you to the Cloud Scarlet sect to practice cultivation. Although the Cloud Scarlet sect isn't one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, but it's still a first-rate sect second only to the 10 great sects. The secret methods in the sect are as numerous as the clouds. The method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment isn't anything precious." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Right, Brother Kong? I heard you say that the might of the 7 great warlock emperors shook the universe. But don't we human warlocks have the 8 great warlock dynasties?" Kong Fong Ao said with a cold smile, "Heh. The Dawn Dynasty's Dawn Lord is far inferior to the 7 great warlock emperors. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the 7 great warlock emperors?" After a cold smile, Kong Fong Ao added a sentence, "Brother Yang, no matter how bad the Dawn Lord is, he's still one of the strongest experts of the human race. I don't want to speak ill of him." Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, "Brother Kong, I also want to go to the continent with you. What do you think?" Originally, Yang Feng planned to stay in the Tyrannid subcontinent and dominate the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. He planned to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock realm, and then go to the main continent. But now that things were clearly far from reassuring, Yang Feng could only be forced to set off for the main continent and think of a way to solve the hidden danger. Kong Fong Ao laughed heartily and said, "Good." 3 months later, Ming Feng Merchant Group will send a fleet to Tyrannid subcontinent to trade. At that time we will return to the main continent together. 10 days later, in the city of Dark Elves, within the temple of Goddess Lolth, many Dark Elves prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted prayers. Yang Feng stood in a corner of the temple of the Goddess Lolth and quietly watched everything. From his glasses, he could see wisps of faith power flying out of the Dark Elves' bodies and entering the statue of Goddess Lolth, making the statue of Goddess Lolth emit a faint layer of divine light. Behind Yang Feng stood 2 people, Joanna and Romulage. After the Dark Elves finished their prayers, they respectfully retreated from the temple. Romulage said somewhat discontentedly, "You called us here just to watch this prayer? What's the point?" Romulage was a legend rank assassin with incomparably powerful strength. At the same time, she didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Joanna was a legend rank archer, but she also didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Unless one was a priest nurtured by the temple of the Goddess Lolth since childhood, otherwise, the more powerful the Dark Elven clan was, the more disdainful they would be of the goddess Lolth. No one would like a god that incessantly sowed discord and made races slaughter each other for fun. In order to obtain power, the dark elves at the bottom would instead be more devout in the worship of the goddess Lolth. Such a dark god, as long as enough flesh and souls were sacrificed, they would generously bestow power to their believers. Faith, power, and souls, these were the most useful things to gods. Among many gods, powerful souls were used as equivalent currency to carry out all kinds of transactions. I'll show you the might of my Steel City's latest black technology, the Crown of Blasphemy. Yang Feng smiled slightly, put on a black hat, and went directly before the statue of the goddess Lolth. Mighty my lord Lolth, you are the ruler of the dark elves, the adjudicator of the night, the queen of darkness, the protector of the spiders, and the ruler of fear. I am your most devout believer, the priest who shepherds your people. I ask you to bestow me with divine power, to display your divine might, to protect your lambs, and to adjudicate your enemies. As Yang Feng recited the priest's prayers, pure spirit fluctuations were transmitted from his body. He seemed to have transformed into the most devout priest, the degree of his devotion even surpassing that of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne. In fact, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne wasn't very devout towards the goddess Lolth. But the matriarchs and great matriarchs of the Dark Elves had to be priests and high priests, and they had to have the divine power of the goddess Lolth cover their bodies. Once they betrayed the goddess Lolth, then the divine power inside their bodies would ignite and burn them to ashes. Streams of extremely pure divine power were emitted from the statue of the goddess Lolth, and shone on Yang Feng, displaying the grace of the goddess. Romulage was dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. What's going on? He's obviously a non-believer who isn't even a pseudo-believer, so how did he suddenly become a fanatic? Furthermore, he even obtained divine grace. How could this be? When Yang Feng was with Romulage and the other Dark Elven experts, he didn't conceal his disgust towards the goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth. Such a person was definitely a non-believer. But now a non-believer unexpectedly became a fanatic, and even obtained divine grace. He was simply a freak. Joanna was also dumbstruck. What's going on? How could he become a fanatic, and even obtain divine grace, and become a priest in one go? How is this possible? Cheyenne was speechless. Even she, because her faith wasn't pious enough, hadn't obtained divine grace. Only because of her tyrannical strength, and her body had been immersed in a large amount of Lolth's divine power, was she able to become a high priest of the goddess Lolth. Many thanks, great goddess. Yang Feng laughed heartily, walked over, and said somewhat complacently, unfortunately, it's only at the level 2 priest rank. But it's still a so. After all, the healing effect of divine power is much stronger than that of many level 2 spells. Romulage hurriedly asked, how did you do it? Yang Feng, you're obviously not a believer, so how did you obtain divine grace? Being an assassin was a high-risk occupation. Walking on the tip of a blade, one could be seriously injured if they were the slightest bit careless. If Romulage could obtain a divine spell and become a high priest, then her battle prowess would increase geometrically. Among the divine spells of the goddess Lolth, there was also the legend Stealth, which was a divine spell for assassins. Shadow Goddess Malia was the weakest among great warlocks in terms of strength, but with the help of all kinds of outrageous shadow divine spells, she had assassinated quite a few great warlock rank experts who were much more powerful than her. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, although gods are powerful, but they can't always pay attention to any plane. They basically have to rely on the divine domain to handle daily affairs. The Crown of Blasphemy can imitate the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic. As long as you carry a prayer, you can deceive her divine domain and obtain power. As long as you don't cause too much trouble and attract her attention, then you can use her divine power at will. Joanna said without a trace of politeness, good stuff, I want one. Romulage said with a beaming smile, I want one too. Top Dark Elven experts like Joanna and Romulage didn't believe in the goddess Lolth. Instead, they were very eager to improve their strength. With their strength, they could serve as high priests and unleash formidable divine spells with the help of the goddess Lolth's power. Yang Feng handed the Crown of Blasphemy to Cheyenne. Cheyenne, wear one as well. With this thing you can prevent her divine power from eroding your body. In the future, I'll think of a way to get rid of the hidden dangers in your body. Cheyenne took the crown of blasphemy and showed Yang Feng an extremely charming smile. Thank you, Lord. When casting divine spells, the priests of gods would be eroded by divine power, allowing the divine spell to spread throughout their body and soul. Once the priests died, their souls would be directly received by the divine power into the divine country of the god, where they would be reborn. The prerequisite was that the god had their own divine country. Not all gods had their own divine country. In order to establish a divine country, it required a tremendous amount of resources and a tremendous amount of faith power. Some newborn gods didn't have a divine country, which was when they were at their weakest. At that time they could easily be targeted by powerful enemies and then hunted down. Gods with divine nations are very powerful in their own divine nations. If a feeble divine force rank god hid in their divine country, then if a weak divine force rank god went in and fought them, they would basically die. Even if an intermediate divine force rank god entered the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god and fought them, the outcome would still be uncertain. As the primary god of the Dark Elves, the goddess Lolth also had her own divine country. This was also the reason why many Dark Elves believed in her. However, in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many legend rank experts were generally unwilling to believe in gods. That was because once they believed in a god, then after death they would still have to fight for the god after entering their divine country, which was equivalent to a different kind of slave. In the Zhangji Plain, the experts who accepted the ideology of human warlocks were naturally unwilling to become slaves of gods after death. Chapter 192. Yang Feng asked, Cheyenne, I heard that you Dark Elves received a divine decree, and then launched an attack on the surface world. Why did she want you to attack the surface world? She wanted us to occupy the surface world in order to look for a lost treasure. It was such a bead. Cheyenne pointed with her lily-white hand. A magic radiance flickered, and the image of the life embodiment bead appeared midair. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and raging waves were set off in his heart. This is the life embodiment bead. So this thing belonged to her. Yang Feng's train of thought changed, and he vaguely guessed that the reason why the Dark Elves launched the Holy War was probably because he had opened the seal, and the goddess Lolth sensed a trace of fluctuations from the other plane, and thus ordered the Dark Elves to launch the Holy War in an attempt to find the bead. Unfortunately, the Dark Elves were battered and exhausted by him, and even their city fell under his control. Naturally, the matter of finding the life embodiment bead was left unsettled. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then said, I intend to go to the main continent to look for even more powerful warlock secret methods. Who's willing to go with me? Cheyenne and the other two creased their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Cheyenne said, My lord, it's not that we don't want to go with you. Rather, in the main continent, human warlock experts are as common as clouds, firmly occupying a dominant position. In the main continent, great warlocks aren't considered experts. Once we go to the main continent, then I'm afraid that we'll immediately become the prey of others. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but with your strength in the main continent, my lord, it's not enough to shelter us. Romulich said frankly, That's right. On the main continent, some human experts like to exterminate the non-human kind. Once we encounter such human experts, then it'll be difficult for us to survive. Although I'm good at concealment secret methods, but in front of the human warlocks of the main continent, I still can't withstand a single blow. Cheyenne, Joanna, and Romulich, the three women were Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. But in the Zhangji Plains main continent, they didn't count for much. In the Zhangji Plains main continent, peak human warlocks could even enslave gods and ancient fiends. That kind of existence could easily suppress the three women. Yang Feng could already proclaim himself a hegemon in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but once he went to the Zhangji Plain, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, I miscalculated. How about this, I'll head over to the main continent first. If I can gain a foothold there, I'll come back to pick you up. White Elephant's Ivory Headquarters. Hars held a letter written by Yang Feng, his complexion alternating between green and white. He wished he could tear the letter to shreds. However, it was natural for a person whose bones had softened once to soften once more. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he did not tear the letter into pieces. He let out a long sigh and placed the letter directly on the table. 3 days later, White Elephant's Ivory announced its allegiance to Steel City and merged with its forces. When this news spread, Tyrannid subcontinent was immediately in an uproar. Of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, Rose Garden surrendered to Steel City, Warlock College Antalya was destroyed, Eyes of Justice was destroyed by Steel City, Savage Claw was destroyed by Cartman, and White Elephant's Ivory surrendered to Steel City. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Steel City had become the sole power, with only Black Dragon Pagoda still barely resisting the increasing pressure from Steel City. Yang Feng dispatched Alan as an emissary to Black Dragon Pagoda to negotiate. After Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master Anthony saw Eyes of Justice's headquarters, he was silent for a long time, before finally giving a long sigh and returning to Black Dragon Pagoda. Soon after Yang Feng agreed to a series of conditions put forward by Black Dragon Pagoda, Black Dragon Pagoda also announced its allegiance to Steel City and became a part of Steel City. In exchange, Yang Feng also married Black Dragon Empire's level 3 warlock Carol. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On the harbor, there was a 3000 m long, several tens of meters tall giant ship, its hull exuding a black metallic luster and engraved with countless mysterious runes. What a big ship! After Yang Feng saw the giant ship, his eyes flashed with a touch of shock and he said solemnly. Kongfang Ao's words revealed a trace of pride. This is our Great Cloud Dynasty's D-Class armed merchant ship. This D-Class armed merchant ship is manufactured from Magic Cloud Ironwood, a specialty of one of the 72 lesser provinces, Green Province's Magic Cloud County. It weighs 1,725,432 tons. They specialize in maritime trade with the subcontinents of the Sea of Trolls. Yang Feng was filled with shock. This is only a D-Class armed merchant ship? Great Cloud Dynasty is really formidable. Through his chat with Kongfang Ao, Yang Feng already had a general understanding of Tsangji Plain's main continent, Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty's territory was vast and boundless. It had 36 greater provinces and 72 lesser provinces. Each province had 108 subordinate prefectures. Each lower prefecture had 250 to 360 subordinate prefectures under its direct jurisdiction. The area of each greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty is more than 10 times that of the Tyrannid subcontinent. Lower provinces' subordinate counties were also 3 to 5 times that of Tyrannid subcontinent. Great Cloud Dynasty's armed merchant ships for maritime trade were divided into 4 grades. A, B, C, and D. The D-Class was the highest grade of armed merchant ships for maritime trade. In addition to the 4 grades of merchant ships, there were also some mediocre armed merchant ships responsible for offshore trade. Before Yang Feng's eyes was a huge armed merchant ship, which was very difficult to manufacture on Earth, yet it was merely a D-Class armed merchant ship of Great Cloud Dynasty. Compared to the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Tyrannid subcontinent's people were a bunch of country bumpkins. They couldn't even manufacture 1/10 of this D-Class armed merchant ship. Young Master Kongfang, who are these people? A dark-skinned, tall, black-haired, middle-aged man brimming with an oriental aura walked over and asked Kongfang Ao with a slightly respectful tone. Kongfang Ao introduced, Captain Zheng, this is my good friend Yang Feng and this is his younger sister Shi Shui. Brother Yang, this is the Stormcry's captain, Captain Zheng Gong. This time Yang Feng's true body went to the Eastern Continent's Great Cloud Dynasty with only Shi Shui. He was well aware that his strength was nothing in Great Cloud Dynasty. That was why he went to Great Cloud Dynasty alone. If anything happened, he could slip away without any worries. The reason why he brought Shi Shui was because Tyrannid subcontinent's various secret methods were too weak. A freak like Shi Shui would only be wasting her talent in Tyrannid subcontinent. Only by going to Great Cloud Dynasty and practicing even more powerful secret methods could she make perfect use of her freak-like talent and let her grow faster and better. In Tyrannid subcontinent, a cultivation desert, Shi Shui was able to directly promote to a level 3 warlock in less than 5 years. The strength of her talent could be imagined. Yang Feng wasn't willing to waste her talent in vain. Yang Feng said with a smile, Hello, Captain Zheng. Zheng Gong swept Yang Feng with a glance, creased his eyebrows slightly, and said after a pause, "Young Master Yang, hello. Although you're a friend of young Master Kong, but the fair can't be exempted." Yang Feng smiled slightly and threw a storage ring to Zheng Gong. "I know, for 1,000 top-notch magic stones per person. Here are 8,000 top-notch magic stones, take a look." Zheng Gong took the storage ring, scanned it with his spirit, put it away, and then threw 2 jade cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. "These are your identity cards, don't lose them. These 2 jade tokens might be able to save your lives at a crucial moment." Yang Feng took the jade card and took a look at it. He saw that the jade card was engraved with countless mysterious runes and emitted mysterious fluctuations of power. Clearly it was a secret treasure. Zheng Gong said with a solemn expression, "The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous and there are countless taboos. On the ship you have to listen to me. You can't run around, walk around, and most importantly you can't throw things into the sea. Otherwise I can't guarantee your safety." Yang Feng said lightly, "I know. The Sea of Monsters was very dangerous." Yang Feng also knew that in such a sea, even starry sky warlocks could die if they were the slightest bit careless. He naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Zheng Gong explained some more taboos of the Sea of Monsters to Yang Feng, only then did he leave. Yang Feng followed Kong Fong Ao and boarded the giant ship Storm Cry. "Set sail." Following Zheng Gong's bellow, magic radiances flashed on the Storm Cry's sailors, and a gale enveloped the Storm Cry. The entire Storm Cry was filled with an extremely formidable life force, as if an extraordinary life form had come to life. It slowly started up and swam towards the deep sea. Yang Feng felt the formidable life force filling the Storm Cry. His eyes flashed with a touch of horror, and he exclaimed, "This ship is alive?" Kong Fong Ao said with a smile, "In a sense it is alive. The soul of an icy demonic shark with battle prowess comparable to a starry sky warlock is sealed on the Storm Cry. After the power of the ship's crew is poured into the Storm Cry, it can even make the Storm Cry erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess. An armed merchant ship could erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess." Yang Feng was once again shocked by the Great Cloud Dynasty's strength. The Storm Cry sped above the sea. Its speed was extremely fast. As if it was riding the wind, it split the sea in two. Yang Feng had the optical computer calculate. The Storm Cry's speed was actually more than 300 knots per hour, 10 times the speed of Earth's aircraft carriers. In the sea, due to the obstruction of the sea, the speed of ships generally couldn't be too high. However, under the effect of the magic power, the Storm Cry completely broke Yang Feng's common sense on Earth. It was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. At the same time, while sailing at such a fast speed, the entire ship was still extremely stable, without the slightest sway. Yang Feng felt as if he was on land on the ship, without any discomfort. Chapter 193. 10 days later, after arriving at a part of the sea, the Storm Cry stopped. The Storm Cry's crew dragged out cattle and sheep and threw them into the sea. An extremely formidable life force spread from the depths of the sea. One after another, sea monsters, up to 50 meters long and covered in cyan-colored scales, jumped out of the sea, opened their ferocious maws and bit at the cattle and sheep, as if they were grapes. Terrifying energy fluctuations of level, for extraordinary life forms spread out from the bodies of these sea monsters. Yang Feng watched the sea monsters jump out of the sea, his eyes flashing with a touch of graveness and apprehension. The number of sea monsters that jumped out of the sea reached up to several hundred level. For extraordinary life forms, even starry sky warlocks would have to be somewhat apprehensive of them. Kong Fong Ao said, "This part of the sea is the territory of the cyan-scale demonic flood dragons. Anyone who crosses this part of the sea has to sacrifice living creatures for them to eat. Otherwise they'll attack. If it was on land, then they would have already become the prey of my Great Cloud Dynasty's hunting team. Unfortunately, it's still rather difficult to hunt them in the Sea of Monsters." Zheng Gong roared loudly. At the same time, he gave Yang Feng a deep look, revealing a trace of warning in the abyss of his eyes. "No one is allowed to approach the side of the ship. If these monsters eat to their heart's content, then they'll also regard the people on the side of the ship as their prey." Zheng Gong had sailed for many years. traveling to different subcontinents, and had seen a lot of people. There were over 100 people of all shapes and sizes. Many people simply ignored his warnings and would bring great trouble to his ship. It was precisely because of this that he charged a high fare, raised the threshold, and refused to let too many outsiders board the ship. Yang Feng gave an indifferent smile and continued to stare at the level, for extraordinary life forms science-scaled demonic flood dragons, silently thinking about something. After the science-scaled demonic flood dragons devoured enough cattle and sheep, they dived into the sea, perfectly contented. Set sail. Zheng Gong bellowed. The storm cry exuded a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 5 extraordinary life form, and spread in all directions. The large group of science-scaled demonic flood dragons that had gathered here dispersed and entered the depths of the sea. Only then did the whole wind sail off into the distance, surrounded by strong winds. Kongfeng Ao explained, "This route is a relatively safe route that the Mingfeng merchant group has spent thousands of years exploring. In the Sea of Monsters, there are some extremely terrifying places filled with level 5 extraordinary life forms. Even moonlight warlocks would be in great danger if they entered." Yang Feng nodded silently. 3 days later, the storm was galloping across the vast ocean. Suddenly, a black cloud floated over from the horizon. "Not good. Everyone get ready for battle." Zheng Gong's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, and terrifying life force infinitely close to that of a starry sky warlock erupted from him in a flash. Aboard the storm cry, all the sailors erupted with terrifying life force, drew their secret treasure weapons, and vigilantly looked at the sky. Yang Feng silently sensed the strength of the storm cry's sailors: 8 great warlocks, 336 level 3 warlocks, 2,653 level 2 warlocks. The strength of the D-grade armed merchant ship sailors is truly astonishing. In Tyrannid subcontinent, 8 great warlock rank experts were already enough to contend against Eyes of Justice, one of the continent's 6 great overlord forces. But these 8 great warlock rank experts were merely the heads of the storm cry. Only to see in the sky monsters with shrunken dragon heads, about 1 meter long bodies, a pair of locust-like wings, a thick body, and a pair of dragon-like claws, formed a black cloud as they flew over. Zheng Gong bellowed. Sea dragon locusts are the most ferocious extraordinary life forms in the Sea of Monsters. Their mature bodies possess the terrifying battle prowess of level 2 extraordinary life forms. The most frightening thing is that they're social life forms, with the smallest group numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even starry sky warlocks would have a headache if they encountered them. They're afraid of fire absorption spells, and even the level 1 spell fireball can harm them. Try to use fire spells to deal with them. Yang Feng looked at the sea dragon locusts in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of graveness. If it was in Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng would have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him at all times, and those sea dragon locusts would die no matter how many came. But this time Yang Feng didn't have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him. If he was the slightest bit careless, then his true body might fall here. The dense swarm of sea dragon locusts dropped from the sky and pounced towards the storm cry. Zheng Gong gave a furious roar, pointed towards the sky, and instantly cast the level 3 fire attribute spell Fire Serpent. A fire serpent suddenly appeared and pounced towards the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Crackle! When the fire serpent entered the midst of the sea dragon locusts in the sky, crackling sounds were transmitted, and large swaths of the sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes. The sailors aboard the storm cry also formed a formation, with a clear distinction between offense and defense. The defenders released defensive spells, while the attackers released fireball and similar fire attribute spells, madly bombarding the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and fireballs flew out from his hand, bombarded the sea dragon locusts, and blasted them into ashes. Every time he killed a sea dragon locust, he could feel traces of demonic energy of massacre being born inside him, strengthening his fleshly body. This was the power of divinity of massacre. Shi Shui operated the Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method, and as if the incarnation of a small goddess of ice and snow, the sea dragon locusts fell to the ground and turned into ice sculptures. Although Yang Feng could summon great warlock rank mechanical golems to fight for him, but he still had to temper his true combat ability. Once he entered the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yang Feng would no longer be the monarch of Tyrannid subcontinent who could call the wind and summon the rain, but rather an ordinary level 2 warlock. Those mechanical battle beasts would be his greatest trump card. With a smile on his face, Kong Fong Ao casually pointed with his finger, and wind blades turned into a whirlpool of wind blades that swept towards the countless sea dragon locusts and crushed them. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhang Gong saw that there was no end to the sea dragon locusts, and that even though there were 8 great warlocks aboard the ship, it would still be difficult to resist. He could only clench his teeth, take out a red jade card from his bosom, and pour his spirit force into it. The storm cry erupted with a terrifying life force. Hatches opened, magic radiances flickered, and fire snakes shot towards the sea dragon locusts from the hatches. Hundreds of fire snakes intertwined in the sky, and fire elemental particles surged and surged, as if a peerless natural disaster. Along with countless crisp sounds, large swaths of sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes and scattered on the ground. The clumps of sea dragon locusts suffered heavy casualties, and finally could not resist the fire snakes released by the storm cry. They flapped their wings and flew away. Once the sea dragon locusts retreated, everyone aboard the storm cry heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, anguished howls were heard. After all, the mature sea dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, and their battle prowess was extremely formidable. Even though the sea dragon locusts were driven away by the formidable weapons aboard the storm cry, there were still several hundred casualties among the sailors aboard the storm cry. Only 20+ people died on the spot, but several hundred were injured. Yang Feng asked curiously, why didn't they use large area of effect meteorological spells? Although the sea dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, but they still couldn't resist fireball. If a large area of effect meteorological fire spell was used, then they would be seriously injured in one move. Kong Fong Ao explained. This is also a taboo in the Sea of Monsters. Once a large area of effect meteorological spell is used here, then the formidable beings in the Sea of Monsters will sense it. They will come and destroy us. The sea dragon locusts can barely be considered as a natural disaster in the Sea of Monsters that is relatively easy to resist. Kong Fong Ao said, Yang Feng, large area of effect meteorological spell is a taboo in many places. Unless it's a mortal enemy, otherwise once you use it, then you'll be hunted down to your last breath. It's best not to use your alchemical weapon of mass destruction in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many ordinary people die, then the Great Cloud Dynasty will list you as an A-class wanted criminal and send countless experts to hunt you down. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many Moonlight Warlock rank bounty hunters. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then nodded. If Yang Feng was the ruler of a great empire, then he would definitely send countless experts to hunt down those villains who could casually kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of ordinary people, until the villains were completely exterminated. The incomparably large number of ordinary people with weak strength were the foundation of the world of warlocks. Many warlocks started out as ordinary people step by step. Without the large number of ordinary people, then it would be impossible to have a bright and flourishing world of warlocks. Kong Fong Ao added another sentence. However, you only have to pay attention to one thing. Don't use that kind of alchemical weapon in densely populated places. In the main continent, the first-generation warlock emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties gathered the power of their dynasties and carried out magic blessings on the main continent. The laws of the main continent are somewhat different from those of the broken subcontinents. Moreover, the main continent is much more solid than the subcontinents. The might of your alchemical weapon can't be as great as in the subcontinents. It's fine to use it in some remote places. Kong Fong Ao warned again. In fights in the main continent, generally some spells with strong single target power and small area of effect will be chosen. Otherwise, once the area of effect of the spell is too large, it will attract the attention of many experts and lead to a lot of unnecessary troubles. Chapter 194. In order to kill Cartman as well as the demons commanded by him, Yang Feng had fired dozens of nuclear warheads, erasing eyes of justice from a mountain range. That method was too cruel. Kong Fong Ao had no choice but to warn him a few more times. Yang Feng knew what Kong Fong Ao was apprehensive about, and said with a slight smile, "I know." Cartman's clone was a terrifying demigod-rank existence, and commanded countless demon experts. If he was given a bit of time, then he would definitely turn Tyrannid's subcontinent upside down. If it wasn't for Yongfeng's plan to heavily injure him with nuclear warheads, then it wasn't impossible for Tyrannid's subcontinent to fall into his hands. Yongfeng only listened to half of Kongfeng Ao's words. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use nuclear warheads. If his life was in danger, then he would definitely use the nuclear warheads. Warning: the hull of the host ship will be hit by an irresistible powerful attack. It is recommended to pounce forward. The lightning supersonic fighter released by Yongfeng tens of kilometers ahead of the storm cry instantly crumbled. "Be careful." Yongfeng's complexion suddenly changed greatly. He grabbed Shui beside him and rushed towards Kongfeng Ao. Kongfeng Ao was slightly taken aback. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. He rushed towards Yongfeng. A cyan beam of light slanted down from the black clouds and hit the storm cry. Countless runes on the storm cry's hull lit up. Formidable starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash, and a huge protective cover enveloped the entire ship. When the cyan beam of light hit the huge protective cover emitted a pop sound and easily shattered. The cyan beam of light hit the storm cry, blasting half of the storm cry into two halves. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing everyone on the ship to be shaken and sent flying. The storm cry that was blasted into two also emitted a kacha sound. A whirlpool appeared beside it, and it sank to the bottom of the sea. Yongfeng was also hit by the terrifying shockwave. His internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, fell into the sea, and almost lost consciousness. "Brother, wake up." A burst of ice-cold feeling came from his forehead. Yongfeng woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an anxious Shui. Yongfeng looked around and discovered that he was already in the deep sea and was continuously sinking. Surrounding him was a layer of life force that only an official warlock could possess, separating him from the seawater and filtering out traces of air, allowing him to breathe. On the Zhongji plane, warlocks used secret methods to obtain a kind of life energy. As long as they weren't dead, they would be surrounded by a layer of life force at every moment. The stronger one was, the stronger their life force would be. The life force had all kinds of incredible mystical powers, allowing warlocks to survive in many harsh environments. Yongfeng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 100-meter-long level, 4 extraordinary life-form mechanical battle beast Barraman electric sea eel appeared in front of him. Yongfeng pulled Shui's small hand and jumped into the Barraman electric sea eel's cockpit. After becoming the uncrowned king of Tyrannid's subcontinent, Yongfeng obtained many level 4 extraordinary life-form corpses from the treasure warehouses of Black Dragon Pagoda and White Elephant Ivory. He used the portable fortified stronghold to turn those level 4 extraordinary life-form corpses into mechanical battle beasts, which he carried with him. Shui asked, "Brother, what should we do now? Go back?" While following the storm cry as it sailed in the sea of monsters, Yongfeng secretly recorded the route. Yongfeng pondered for a moment, then said decisively, "No. The sea of monsters is too dangerous. Even if we return to Tyrannid's subcontinent now, it'll still be very dangerous. Now the top priority is to search and rescue the storm cry's sailors. With these experienced sailors, it doesn't matter if we return to Tyrannid's subcontinent or head to the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty." Finished speaking, Yongfeng opened the Barraman electric sea eel's life force scanning detection system. Extremely powerful detection ripples spread in all directions. "Found it." On the radar, small red dots representing humans were displayed. After being analyzed by the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, the life force of human warlocks could already be distinguished from that of other extraordinary life forms. This allowed them to screen out the majority of the sea extraordinary life forms. Yongfeng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel and quickly swam towards the nearest red dot. Kongfeng Ao. When Yongfeng arrived at the nearest red dot, he saw Kongfeng Ao floating in the water. When Kongfeng Ao saw the Barraman electric sea eel, he erupted with a formidable life force. His expression was one of vigilance, ready to fight. Yongfeng said through the Barraman electric sea eel's transmitter, "Brother Kong, it's me." This is my alchemical golem. Quickly come in. The Barraman electric sea eel's abdomen cockpit door opened, and Kong Fong Ao quickly swam inside. Kong Fong Ao expressed his thanks with a grateful expression. Brother Yang, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. In the Sea of Monsters without a suitable ship, even Starry Sky Warlocks would have a slim chance of survival, and Moonlight Warlocks would also be in great danger. Yang Feng saving Kong Fong Ao from the sea was indeed equivalent to saving his life. Yang Feng said with a smile, Brother Kong, you're exaggerating. It was just a slight effort. I still have to save the others, so I won't say much. Kong Fong Ao nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yang Feng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel and continuously searched the sea, rescuing the Storm Cry's sailors scattered in the sea one by one. After rescuing several hundred people, Yang Feng discovered the Storm Cry's captain Zheng Gong and conveniently rescued him. Zheng Gong had a grateful expression and said generously, Brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, then the several hundred of us would have died here. Henceforth you're my brother. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, if someone dares to bully you, then don't hesitate to mention my name. I don't dare to guarantee anything big, but some small matters, I can help you settle them in minutes. Zheng Gong was the captain of a D-grade armed merchant ship belonging to the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group, and was considered to have a bit of status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng asked with a slight smile, It was just a slight effort. Captain Zheng, what was that cyan beam of light just now? Zheng Gong's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness, and he gave a long sigh. I don't know what that cyan beam of light was. Maybe it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between two formidable beings. More likely it was because I used the Storm Cry's Fire Serpent Skynet artillery. Such a large area of effect spell was perceived by the formidable beings in the sea, and they conveniently attacked us. The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous. Even though we've been sailing this route for countless years, we still don't dare to say that we truly understand this sea. Zheng Gong said with a solemn expression, Brother Yang, this sea has become very dangerous. I advise you to leave this sea immediately. Such powerful fluctuations of power will definitely summon formidable beings. Yang Feng said, I want to continue to the main continent, is there any way? No problem, I have the route map of the Sea of Monsters. As long as this route map isn't lost, then I can take you to the main continent through the correct route. Zheng Gong fished out a jade map from his bosom. There were all kinds of fine lines on the map, and on one of the fine lines there was a red dot. That red dot was the location of Yang Feng's party. Yang Feng took a glance at the jade map, and discovered that they were already 1/3 of the way from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the eastern world of the main continent. Yang Feng immediately piloted the Barraman Sea electric eel in the direction of the eastern world of the main continent, following Zheng Gong's directions. The Barraman Sea electric eel had been fully modified by the portable fortified stronghold, and the fluctuations of life it emitted were not much different from those of a real Barraman Sea electric eel. In the Sea of Monsters, the level for extraordinary life form wasn't considered to be weak. As soon as the low-ranked extraordinary life form sensed its fluctuations of life, they would retreat in succession. After crossing this sea, shortly after entering another sea, a 40-meter-long level for extraordinary life form magic fin swordfish, covered in black scales and with a mouth as long as a sharp spear, blocked in front of the Barraman Sea electric eel and issued extremely strange sounds. The sounds are in the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Now translate. Why did you break into our domain? Do you want to start a war with us? We'll tear you to pieces and then eat you. These two voices came from inside the Barraman Sea electric eel. Kong Fong Ao praised. Amazing, you even know the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Brother Yang, your Steel City's warlock alchemists really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Zheng Gong's eyes shone as he said, That's right, the extraordinary life forms of the sea are also intelligent life forms. They also have a special common language. We haven't been able to grasp this language. Brother Yang, when we reach the Great Cloud Dynasty, can you sell us this translation secret treasure? Let me think about it, Yang Feng said with a slight smile. The common language of the extraordinary life forms was the knowledge left behind by a Tyrandit subcontinent's great warlock, who specialized in the study of the language of the extraordinary life forms of the sea. This kind of knowledge was very remote and couldn't promote the cultivation base of a warlock. Basically, no one would study it. Yang Feng scanned it and put it into the optical computer's database, before finally showing a miraculous effect. Every plane, every world had its peerless geniuses, talented geniuses, and they researched different kinds of knowledge. Some knowledge might seem remote and useless, but when used in the right place, it would be of great benefit. Chapter 195. Friend, I'm lost. Looking for a way home. I'm very sorry for accidentally passing through your territory. I'm getting out of here. We won't touch the prey in your territory. Yang Feng manipulated the Bearman electric sea eel to issue a series of marine extraordinary life forms common language. At the same time, it erupted with an extremely formidable life force. Let's go. But mark your words. If you casually hunt our prey in our territory, together we will tear you to pieces. When the devilfin swordfish saw that the Bearman electric sea eel had admitted defeat, it snorted coldly and dived into the depths of the sea. Level for transcendent creatures generally possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Of course, because there was no systematic inheritance of knowledge, those extraordinary creatures were generally more stupid than humans. However, they would also instinctively weigh the pros and cons, and would not engage in unnecessary battles. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. As long as there were enough benefits, or if they were mortal enemies, extraordinary creatures would still fight to the death. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Seeing the magic fin swordfish retreat, everyone in the cockpit heaved a sigh of relief. The Bearman giant electric sea eel was indeed stronger than the devilfin swordfish, but this was the territory of the devilfin swordfish. Perhaps there was more than one devilfin swordfish living here. Once the two sides started fighting, more demonfin swordfish would be attracted over, and that would be dangerous. Yang Feng piloted the Bearman electric sea eel to float approximately 50 m below the surface of the sea. With this method, he avoided a lot of unnecessary fights. Most of the powerful marine extraordinary life forms were huge and lived in the deep sea. If there was no need, they wouldn't float to the surface. After passing through several sea areas, warning! Warning! We've discovered a level 5 extraordinary creature, the demonic dragon osprey, moving in our direction. There's an 80% chance that this ship is its target. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he promptly ordered, full power, dive at full speed. The dragon devil osprey was a level 5 extraordinary life form. Its battle prowess was comparable to that of a human starry sky warlock. In the Sea of Monsters, they made a living by hunting all kinds of powerful marine extraordinary creatures. For the Bearman electric sea eels piloted by Yang Feng, it was simply a terrifying existence akin to a natural predator. Under Yang Feng's command, the Bearman electric sea eel at once sprayed countless gases, absorbed a large amount of seawater, and frantically sank towards the bottom of the sea. Only by sinking to the bottom of the sea would Yang Feng and his party have a slim chance of survival. There was absolutely no chance of victory against the demonic dragon osprey. As soon as the giant Bearman electric sea eel moved, a demigod dragon demon osprey with a wingspan of more than 100 meters flew over from the distant sky. It was extremely handsome, had a pair of sharp beaks, a pair of wings that resembled dragon wings, and 6 sharp hook-shaped claws on its feet. It was emitting a terrifying demigod-level aura. The demonic dragon fish eagle seemed to be riding on a gale, and waves were stirred up wherever it passed. Like a bolt of lightning, it descended from the sky, riding on the power of the wind. It forcefully tore apart the sea and flew toward the depths of the sea with incomparable violence. The Bearman giant electric sea eel struggled with all its might as it dove down frantically. However, its diving speed could not match the flying speed of the demonic dragon osprey. Brother Yang, let me lend you a hand. Zheng Gong gave a shrill howl, silently recited an incantation, pointed inside the Bearman giant electric sea eel, and cast the level for spell deep sea stealth. In a flash, an azure radiance enveloped the Bearman giant electric sea eel. The level for spell deep sea stealth was developed by human warlocks for the purpose of diving into the deep sea and searching for all kinds of resources. This spell's power allowed the caster to move freely in the sea, as well as increase the speed of their movement. With the blessing of the level for spell deep sea stealth, The movement speed of human warlocks in the sea could even reach the level of some marine extraordinary life forms. With the blessing of the deep-sea stealth, the diving speed of the Barraman giant electric sea eel once again rose by a notch. "Open the cockpit, I'll give it a good beating." The Stormcry's vice captain, Wang Lang, who possessed the cultivation base of a great warlock, said loudly. Yang Feng opened the cockpit door without hesitation. "Strong ink." Wang Lang walked to the cockpit entrance, silently recited an incantation, pointed upward, and cast the level for spell Strong Ink. A large expanse of black colloid suddenly appeared in the sea, forming a large expanse of colloid-like ink. As if possessing a life of its own, the colloid-like ink quickly spread in all directions, polluting the sea and completely covering it. The colloid-like ink not only obstructed the line of sight, but also obstructed the Dragon Devil Osprey's formidable perception. This was the might of the level for spell Strong Ink. The Dragon Devil Osprey's perception was obstructed by the black ink, and it ferociously dove downward, brushing past the Barraman giant electric sea eel piloted by Yang Feng. The Dragon Devil Osprey plunged 1,000 meters into the sea, and then had no choice but to ride the gale and suddenly fly out of the sea and into the sky. Even if the Dragon Devil Osprey was a terrifying demigod-rank extraordinary life form, but it still couldn't contend against the natural pressure of the entire sea of monsters. Diving 1,000 meters into the sea was already its limit. After the Dragon Devil Osprey flew out of the sea, it circled in the sky, before flapping its wings and flying towards another place. In the Sea of Monsters, the Dragon Devil Osprey had failed to hunt more than once or twice. Therefore, it didn't take this failure to heart. It's finally gone. Once the Dragon Devil Osprey flew away, the people in the cockpit smiled, and a harmonious atmosphere pervaded the cockpit. After experiencing life and death together twice, the people present were no longer as distant as before, and had become somewhat closer. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Haha, big brother Wang, that strong ink of yours is really exquisite." Wang Lang also smiled contentedly and said, "The essence of battle lies in the choice of different spells. We men who run at sea all year round naturally grasp battle spells related to the sea. We still have some experience in choosing spells for naval battles. Yang Feng, if you want to learn, then I'll teach you." Yang Feng was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, big brother Wang." Generally, human warlocks wouldn't learn too many spell models. That was because one's mental energy was of utmost priority. In order to construct a spell model in the Spirit Sea, it often took a huge amount of time. Yang Feng had the optical computer's assistance. Constructing spell models in the Spirit Sea was far simpler and more relaxed than other warlocks. What he lacked was a variety of formidable spell models. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, level for spell models were very precious. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, each of the 6 great forces grasped only about 20 level. For spells, moreover, there were many duplicates between them. Yang Feng was very interested in collecting all kinds of formidable spell models. Wang Lang smiled, took out a knowledge crystal and handed it to Yang Feng. "This is a knowledge crystal related to the level 4 spell Strong Ink spell model. After you've promoted to a great warlock, then you can study it." Zheng Gong gave a forthright smile, took out a knowledge crystal, poured a dozen or so sea-attributed spell models into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. "Yang Feng, this is the level 4 spell Deep Sea Stealth spell model. I also have a few level 4 spell models: Deep Sea Supervision, Deep Sea Superperception, Icy Arrow, Storm. I'll give them all to you." Yang Feng had saved the lives of the Stormcry's several hundred people. Zheng Gong also found him very pleasing to the eye, and directly gifted him with the sea-attributed spell models in order to thank him for his life-saving grace. Kong Feng Ao hesitated for a moment, took out a knowledge crystal, poured the knowledge of the secret method into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. "Brother Yang, haven't you always wanted to obtain a secret method for embodiment? Although I'm limited by my oath and can't impart my sex secret method to you. However, during my adventures, I've obtained an even better secret method for embodiment. This secret method for embodiment, I'll give it to you." When Yang Feng absorbed the knowledge crystal, his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy, and he promptly expressed his thanks. "Many thanks, brother Kong Feng. I'm really grateful to you." The secret method that Kong Feng Ao gave Yang Feng was called True Mystic Embodiment Scripture. It was a secret method for practicing embodiment with endless mysteries. There were also different levels of secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation. Many of the lowest level secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation could only produce a single embodiment, and the strength of the separated embodiment had to be lower than the cultivation base of the true body. Once the strength of the embodiment was determined, it was very difficult to strengthen it. After condensing a godhead, gods from other planes would consume a large amount of divine power and rare materials to refine an embodiment. Different godheads could condense different embodiments. Feeble divine power rank gods could only condense a single embodiment. The true mystic embodiment scripture was very heaven-defying. As long as one had a treasure of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead, one could separate an embodiment. Each embodiment could practice cultivation on its own, and could even practice cultivation to a point where it was stronger than the true body, almost like a completely different individual. In this way, the true body and the embodiment could practice cultivation together, and the cultivation speed would increase by several times. Moreover, the true mystic embodiment scripture also recorded this secret method. It could be used to slowly practice cultivation and nourish one's soul after splitting a part of one's soul into an embodiment, and then slowly recover. The soul contained the ultimate mysteries of life, and even gods couldn't fully analyze the mysteries of the soul. Many embodiment secret methods didn't have methods to cultivate soul force, and could only allow people to slowly recover. In this way, after splitting an embodiment, the strength of those who practiced embodiment cultivation would be greatly weakened for a period of time. The only weakness of the true mystic embodiment scripture was that it was difficult to find treasures of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead. Chapter 196. Although Kongfang Ao and Yangfeng were congenial, but they hadn't known each other for long, so he naturally couldn't give such a precious secret method to Yangfeng. This time Yangfeng saved Kongfang Ao's life, and then after going through life and death together, he chose to give this secret method to Yangfeng. Many thanks, brother Kongfang. This is my gift to you. It's just a small token of my respect, please accept it. Yangfeng threw a dimensional badge to Kongfang Ao. Inside the dimensional badge was a level 4 extraordinary life form rank Fire Lion, and a level 4 extraordinary life form rank Icefield Demonic Snake. Kongfang Ao received the dimensional badge, glanced at it, and exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Yang, your uncle's alchemy is really amazing. To be able to refine such a secret treasure with such a huge space. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, such an alchemist would be regarded as a very amazing alchemist." Yangfeng smiled slightly, and didn't continue the topic. A few days later, Yangfeng manipulated the Barraman electric sea eel to cross a few more seas, and a majestic harbor appeared before his eyes. The Hague port was a large port located in the Hague city. It was a large transshipment port. Large armed merchant ships were anchored in the Hague port, many of which were much larger than the D-grade armed merchant ship that Zhang Gong and the others were piloting. There were many subcontinents around the main continent, and the armed merchant ships went to the various subcontinents to carry out sea trade. Although the subcontinents were far from as prosperous as the main continent, but each subcontinent had its own specialty. Through sea trade, those specialty products could be transported to the main continent for sale, and huge profits could be made. When the Barraman electric sea eel approached within 50 kilometers of the port of The Hague, 3 frightening starry sky warlock rank fluctuations suddenly erupted, and a series of scanning spells engulfed the area. I am the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Captain Zhang Gong. This is my identity card. We were attacked by a formidable existence in the Sea of Monsters. We can only ride alchemical golems to the Hague port. Zhang Gong jumped out of the Barraman electric sea eel's cockpit, took out a jade card and raised it high. The jade card blossomed with rays of light, intertwining with the scanning ripples. It's indeed the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Zhang Gong. Take your men and enter the Hague port in an orderly manner. A faint voice sounded in the sky, and the formidable spirit fluctuations that locked onto Yangfeng and the others immediately disappeared. Zhang Gong said, "Yangfeng, you've just arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, so you'd better get an identity jade card. With that identity jade token, it will be more convenient for you to do many things. Otherwise, even if he were to stay in the hotel, he would encounter trouble. I still have some influence in the Hague port. You can stay here for a day or two. I will help you arrange these things properly. Kong Fong Ao also said, yes, Brother Yang, our Great Cloud Dynasty's household registration management is very strict. Without an identity jade card, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Let's stay here for a day or two. You can also have a good taste of the differences between my Great Cloud Dynasty and Tyrandit subcontinent. Yang Feng readily accepted the advice and said, all right. As soon as he entered the Hague port, Yang Feng heard endless rumbling sounds of machinery. Everywhere in the port there were cranes and all kinds of heavy machinery carrying all kinds of goods. Exuding fluctuations of magic power, magic sports cars of all shapes and sizes continuously drove in the port, transporting all kinds of goods. In the port many workers were casting spells, using all kinds of spells to load, unload and do all kinds of other things. Yang Feng felt as if he had arrived at a different world where the level of science and technology was much higher than that of Earth. Moreover, the spells were extremely formidable and the civilization was extremely developed. Yang Feng pointed at the workers casting all kinds of spells and asked Kong Fong Ao somewhat incredulously, these workers are all warlocks? How can this be? Isn't it very difficult for warlocks to practice cultivation? How come there are so many warlocks? Official warlocks are very difficult to be born in such a backward place like Tyrandit subcontinent. But in our Great Cloud Dynasty, on average, one official warlock will be born out of every 100 ordinary people. As for why there is such a disparity, that is because the level of civilization of the two places is fundamentally different. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, 12 years of compulsory education is basically universal. Every child of the right age, as long as they reach the right age to study, can enter a school to learn all kinds of basic knowledge. So long as they are admitted to a university, they are basically apprentice warlocks. Some outstanding elite students have basically already promoted to official warlocks in the university. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones and even top-notch magic stones can already be synthesized in large quantities, using all kinds of extraordinary plants. In your Tyrandit subcontinent, a piece of inferior magic stone costs 100 gold coins, but here it only costs 1 silver coin. The exchange rate between magic stones is basically 100 to 1. As long as you have enough inferior magic stones, you can casually exchange them for top-notch magic stones. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary aristocratic children will use top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation at around the level 1 warlock rank. Once they reach the Great Warlock rank, they will use inferior magic crystals that surpass top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation. Even the most ordinary junior high school students can also use inferior magic stones to practice cultivation. Level 1 to level for spell models can be bought in warlock shops. Moreover, our Great Cloud Dynasty spell models are simplified and optimized versions that have gone through countless geniuses. They can make it even easier for people to practice cultivation. Although a lot of the 8 great warlock dynasties' knowledge has been lost in the wars of the previous dynasties, however, most of it has been basically passed down. Our Great Cloud Dynasty is one of the most powerful human warlock dynasties. If we didn't even have this bit of ability, then we would have already been destroyed by those powerful beings from other planes. Kong Fong Ao's words revealed the pride of being a citizen of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kong Fong Ao said lightly, Tyrandit subcontinent is still the same as it was tens of thousands of years ago. It's really too backward. Yang Feng thought for a moment. Just as Kong Fong Ao said, Tyrandit subcontinent was really backward to the extreme compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Tyrandit subcontinent and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the disparity was more than 1,000 times greater than the disparity between Earth's primitive tribes and the United States Empire. Although everyone was on the same planet, but the world they came into contact with was completely different. In Tyrandit subcontinent, a level 2 warlock was already considered an overlord. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, a level 2 warlock was merely a relatively powerful sailor or soldier. Kong Fong Ao said, of course our human physiques can't compare to those of fiends, divine descendants, dragons and high elves. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people are the most numerous. Level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks are considered elites. Level 3 warlocks are considered top-notch elites. Great warlocks are considered experts. Starry Sky warlock rank experts are qualified to dominate a region. As for powerful warlocks above the Starry Sky warlock rank, whether it's in the Great Cloud Dynasty or the Western world's Portman Dynasty, they're considered true experts. Their strength can contend with the gods of other planes. Yang Feng asked curiously, since the Great Cloud Dynasty civilization has already progressed so much, then why is Tyrannid subcontinent's civilization still so backward? Heh. On one hand, it's because we don't want to, on the other hand, Tyrannid subcontinent's rulers also don't want to see civilization progress. Kong Feng Ao gave a contemptuous smile and said meaningfully, the more backward a place is, the more they resist the spread of advanced civilization. Moreover, the resistance often comes from the upper echelons. In the future, if you go to those planes dominated by gods, then you'll see many planes with backward civilizations and full of suffering just like Tyrannid subcontinent. In fact, it's very simple. Only in ignorant, backward, and full of suffering places will people believe in gods. We people of the Zhangji plane don't have faith, we only believe in our own strength. Among the 7 great warlock emperors, I, Kong Feng Ao, admire the Time Lord the most. He forged the god-murdering spear with the bones of countless ancient gods, and the mighty power of a warlock dynasty. From then on, no one in the Zhangji plane could ascend to godhood. It's precisely because of this that the formidable beings of the Zhangji plane were forced to find an evolutionary path without ascending to godhood, thus establishing a brilliant and flourishing warlock civilization. At that time, if the Time Lord had chosen to become a god, then with his terrifying strength, I'm afraid that the entire Zhangji plane would have slowly transformed into his divine country. All of us would have become the slaves of gods, the lambs of gods, and become backward and ignorant. We would only believe in him and live for the sake of believing in him. After listening to Kong Feng Ao, Yang Feng understood why Tyrannid subcontinent was so backward. Previously, all of Tyrannid subcontinent's knowledge and power were in the hands of the 6 great warlock groups as well as the large and small warlock groups attached to them. The warlocks of those warlock groups were existences that stood above the masses. If a civilization like that of the Great Cloud Dynasty were to spread, then their monopoly of superior knowledge would be broken, and their status as superior beings would cease to exist. Therefore, they unconsciously resisted the influence of the continent's civilization. As for the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were also happy to see Tyrannid subcontinent continue to be ignorant so that they could make huge profits through sea trade. Yang Feng asked curiously, level 1 to level for spell models can be bought in the warlock shops, then what about level for spell models and knowledge? Kong Feng Ao said, the might of level for spell models and knowledge is too formidable, and they're basically in the hands of the major forces. You can choose to join a sect or directly join the imperial court and serve the imperial court. According to your contributions, you can obtain different secret methods and a variety of formidable spell models.